I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good afternoon, all. My name is David Borden. I'm the governor's appointee from Rhode Island, and I'm also the board chairman for this meeting. We've distributed an agenda with a number of major reports and actions that we'll take up. We also have issues that we need to deal with in regards AP appointments, and the tagging project will also be discussed. So the first thing I'd like to do is to start by welcoming our new FMP coordinator, Emily Frank, who will be participating occasionally in this discussion. Tony Kearns did the majority of the staff work on various issues after Max's departure, and thus he will be the staff lead at this meeting. So the first item of business is approval of the agenda. I have reordered the agenda for everyone's information so that we will take up the PID prior to the circle hook issue as a means of providing more time for the circle hook discussion. I also have an update scheduled on the tagging survey under other business, as I indicated previously. So my question for the board, are there any other additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda? And if you want to do so, please raise your hand. I see no hands up, so by consensus, we'll take the issues in the order that I described. First order of business is approval of the proceedings. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the process proceedings? If so, please raise your hand. I see no hands up. Tony, please interject if I somehow miss somebody's hand. So without objection, the proceedings stand approved unanimously. Public comments. On the issue of public comments, we always take public comments at our meeting, particularly at the start of a meeting. We normally limit the opportunity to a minute or so that individuals can raise issues specifically on points that are not on the agenda. In other words, this is not the opportunity for someone to comment on issues that are being discussed on the agenda. So if a member of the public would like to take the opportunity now and discuss an issue that is not on the agenda, I'll recognize the individual. I've got 2 or 3, so I can probably be a little bit more liberal. Looks like Dale Kirkendall, please.
Yeah, my comment that I wanted to bring up as we're going into the addendum 7 here is quantifiable science, especially on the recreational side. There have been several things recently that have been implemented that have not been given any quantifiable numbers to the recreational community on what the expected return would be on making changes. One of which is the circle hook. The circle hook, I mean, at last year's CE meetings, the technical committee itself said that they could not quantify what that difference would be and how much that savings would be. There's other things coming up as far as temperature issues where the numbers are not quantifiable. They're just feel good, we think. And it does make a difference to the recreational fishermen, especially the charter boat captain, as to when we apply these things, especially in regards to temperature because of the time of year and how it affects businesses and such. We need to get the system, as far as I can see, more on a science-based where we can say, this is what we expect to save, then we can evaluate on what we have saved, and then we can make changes to what needs to be done. This is even more important as more and more today, people are becoming more efficient. The fishery, ran into the buzzsaw of recreational efficiency. That is what I see as the biggest problem with the stock itself. We have fishermen out there that can actually take a picture of a fish 125 feet away from their boat on their sonar. We have 25-mile-an-hour radars on $70,000 skips, and the system is not addressing that. We address effort, but we're not addressing efficiency. And the combined between the two has to be the numbers that we chase with science. And more often, micromanaging feel-good items like temperature and circle hooks and moving inches, you know, in the Chesapeake Bay, we moved from an 18-inch fish to a 20-inch fish to a 19-inch fish, not taking into account that we just put more fish in harm's way. We just had a scientific number that we were chasing that we did not follow up on, that the state itself did not do any additional science on to prove. And I just wanted to take a moment to say that what's going on with the main issue is something more states need to do so that we can have better science going to the Atlantic States marine fisheries instead of an umbrella science, specific science that details what happens in each fishery. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I've got Desmond Kahn.
Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Can you hear
sir.
me? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who don't know me, I'm a past chair of the Striped Bass Technical Committee. I'm a past president of the Northeastern Division of the American Fisheries Society. And I submitted a written comment, which is in your supplemental, talking about a historical inaccuracy in the recent stock assessment about the date when the Delaware River spawning stock was declared restored. It was not till 1998. And this brings up the problem with the current quota system for commercial quota of the striped bass management plan, because it's based on landings, commercial landings in the 1970s. The Delaware River stock was basically almost extinct in the 1970s. Some biologists considered it extinct. So we didn't have landings from the Delaware producer stock during that period to speak of, and yet that's what our quota is based on. This is not reasonable or fair, because the most recent peer-reviewed estimate is that the Delaware River stock comprises between 15 and 20% of the total coastal assemblage. My last comment is about the inaccuracy and bias in the catch-at-aid model estimates of fishing mortality and the female spawning stock biomass. I mentioned a paper in my comment that showed the aging bias, which the technical committee is well aware of. We conducted studies on it. We know it's significant. The aging bias using scales produced a 20% underestimate of the spawning stock biomass, and it produced a 20% overestimate of the terminal year fishing mortality in this 2013 paper. And yet since this is supposedly a science-based organization, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, this peer-reviewed scientific finding has been ignored by the commission to my knowledge. So I want to bring this issue up, and I hope the board will adjust the issue of bias due to our biased scale ages. We're underestimating the older fish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Desmond. I've got Paul Heritel, please.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure what's on the agenda, but my name is Paul Hartel, and for most of my life, I've been an avid striped bass fisherman. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to comment. I'd like to go on record as supporting the position of the Jersey Coast Anglers Association in regard to the use of circle hooks and the definition of natural bait when fishing for striped bass. Defining natural baits as any living or dead organism or parts thereof would actually prohibit feathers and bucktails being tied to flies, jigs, and teasers. I agree with JCA's simple definition that natural bait means any bait that in its live, preserved, or original form or parts thereof that would normally be consumed by striped bass. This definition would allow pork rind, bucktails, and feathers to be used, as stripers do not eat birds, deer, or pigs. Stripers do not normally eat things like corn or dough balls like catfish do, so I don't believe there's a need to include plant life in this definition. I'd like to go a step further, though, than from what JCA recommended. I believe that there should be exceptions for rigged eels, eel skin plugs, and tube and worm rigs, provided they are being used with lures such as tubes, jigs, tin or lead squid heads, or plugs, provided they are actively being trolled or cast and retrieved. I see no reason why there needs to be a study on tube and worm rigs. Any avid striper fisherman knows that these types of lures rarely, if ever, hook a striper. Please stick to your goal of reducing mortality on stripers through the use of circle hooks on baits that are normally swallowed, but please do not destroy our historical or traditional methods of fishing for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I see no other hands up, so we're going to move on in the agenda. So the next item that's scheduled is a technical TC report, and I just remind everybody that at the October 20th meeting, the board reviewed a TC report on release mortality and how release mortality was calculated. There were a lot of questions on the part of the board. Following a review by the board basically tasked the TC to explore the relative impact of different release mortality rates and estimates. So we're going to receive a report by Kevin Sullivan from New Hampshire Fish and Wildlife. Thank you. Kevin?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Sorry, this is Katie Drew. Our TC chair is not having technical difficulties joining the webinar to speak. So I will be giving the presentation on the TC's behalf as Maya flips through the slides. So thank you all for listening today. Maya, you can go to the next slide. We are, as the Chair said, we are following up on a task that was given to us at the October meeting to conduct additional runs of the striped bass stock assessment model using different assumptions about the mortality rate on fish released alive by the recreational fishery. And the intent of this was to explore the sensitivity of the model to this assumption and see if it's affecting our perception of stock status or potential management actions to kind of evaluate how important this factor is in the assessment. Next slide. So to do this, the TC discussed a number of potential scenarios to explore, and we ended up deciding on 4 scenarios that made the best use of the available catch-at-age data. So for each scenario, we have to recalculate the total annual catch-at-age for each region, and by region we mean the bay versus the ocean, as it is defined within the stock assessment model. So we recalculate the total annual catch-at-age for each region using this new assumption about the release mortality rate for the recreational releases, and then rerun the model. So this produces new estimates of spawning stock biomass, recruitment, fishing mortality, etc. And we also recalculated the values of the SSB and F thresholds for each scenario so that we could evaluate stock status for each scenario based on its own internal reference points. Next slide. For this analysis, we looked at the base case, that is the value used in the previous assessment of 9% for all regions, all seasons, and all years, and compared that to 4 alternative scenarios that I'm outlining here. So we looked at a low release mortality rate scenario where we assumed that 3% of all released alive fish died across all regions, all seasons, and all years. And so this is kind of the best case scenario. This value came from the best case scenario in the Diodati and Richards paper, and was consistent with some of the low values that we've seen in other studies. On the flip side, we also looked at a high release mortality rate scenario of 26% for all regions and seasons. And this was considered sort of a worst case scenario based on the worst case scenario results in the Diodati and Richards paper and some of the high end values we've seen in other studies. So these two are sort of bracketing our potential bias in the estimate of the release mortality of what if it's not 9%, what if it's much higher or much lower. We also looked at two sort of finer scale scenarios, if you will. The first one being a seasonal release mortality rate, where we used a lower release mortality rate for warmer months and a higher release mortality rate for colder months, or reversed. Lower release mortality rate for colder months and a higher release mortality rate for warmer months for both regions. And so we used 5% for January through June and 12% for July through December for both regions. And this was based on the regression tree analysis that we did for the 2013 benchmark assessment and talked about briefly at the October meeting with you all. The January to June and July to December split is based on the seasonal splits that we had developed for the two-stock model, so that we already had the data broken down into these seasons and did not have to recreate the catch at age for those seasons. We also looked at a regional release mortality rate of 16% for the Chesapeake Bay and 9% for the ocean for all seasons and all years. The 9%, of course, came from the Diodati and Richards paper, which was based on ocean conditions, and the 16% for the Chesapeake Bay was calculated from different studies that were conducted in the Chesapeake Bay. So these represent kind of the range of potential bias, as well as some of the more fine scale refinements to the overall estimate that the TC considered more realistic. So next slide, please. So quick snapshot of the results before I jump into some figures. Overall, the low and high release mortality rate assumptions had the biggest effect on the model estimates. The seasonal and regional scenarios were very similar to the base run. And stock status, however, was the same across all of the scenarios. So next slide. So what we're looking at here is female spawning stock biomass, and the legend is going to be the same in all of the figures that we're looking at, where the base case scenario, that 9% rate, is the solid black line, and then the different scenarios are in colored dashed lines. And what you can see is that the high release scenario, the 26% rate, resulted in higher estimates of female SSB across the time series, and the low release rate resulted in lower estimates of female SSB across the time series, while the seasonal and regional scenarios ended up virtually identical to the base case. You can see that even though you have differences in scale between the low and high release mortality rate, you're really following the same overall trend across these different model runs. This may seem a little counterintuitive to say that a higher release mortality rate gives you more spawning stock biomass, but it's similar to what you see with changes to the natural mortality rate, where the higher release mortality rate gives you a higher total removal, and that means you need a higher population to support those removals. So all we're changing here really is the total removals. We're changing the catch at age somewhat as well, but it's a scaling factor, and we're not changing anything about the indices of abundance or the fishery independent age structure data that's going into these models. And so as a result, to see higher removals but the same population trend, you needed to have more fish to start with. So next slide. So with F, you see a similar pattern of that there's less differences across these different scenarios, and the high and low scenarios are still the outliers here, whereas the seasonal and regional scenarios are very close to the base case. And overall, again, you're still tracking sort of that same trend, the same peaks in fishing mortality and the same lows in fishing mortality across all of the different scenarios. Next slide, please. And again, with recruitment, it's the same story. The high release rate gives you higher recruitment estimates. The low release rate gives you lower recruitment estimates. you have to have more fish around in order to support that level of catch again. And the seasonal and regional differences are minor compared to the base case. Next slide, please. So we also looked at stock status. So even though you're seeing sort of a big change in scale, the question is, are you seeing a different stock status determination? And the answer is basically no. You can see all of these scenarios end up in roughly the same place, that is overfished. So you're below that line where your SSB equals your SSB threshold. You can see for the high release scenario, the trend is a little bit different than the other scenarios, that you become overfished sooner, but that you don't have as steep a decline in the most recent years. And as a result, all of the scenarios are basically ending up in the same place at the end of this time series. Next slide, please. And you see a similar result with fishing the fishing overfishing status of, in the terminal year of 2017, the stock was experiencing overfishing in all of the scenarios. Under the high release mortality scenario, you are overfishing more, but all of them are above the F threshold. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, significant changes to the release mortality rate, the high and low release mortality rate scenarios resulted in significant changes to the scale of the population, but did not affect the final stock status determination. So the stock was overfished and experiencing overfishing in 2017 in all scenarios. And the seasonal and regional release mortality rates had minimal impact on the population scale and stock status. And the TC feels that the seasonal and regional release mortality rate scenarios are sort of more accurate or more likely to reflect what's going on rather than a significant bias in the overall rate. It's more likely that there's fine scale differences from across regions and seasons that are contributing to overall relatively minimal impacts. Next slide, please. A caveat with this conclusion is that the TC did not explore time-varying release mortality rates or different release rates for different sizes or ages of striped bass. So we applied the same rate in all these scenarios across all years and across all size classes of striped bass in the catch. If the release mortality rate has been increasing or decreasing over time, so for example, increasing due to increasing warmer water temperatures or decreasing due to changes in angler behavior, increased use of circle hooks, etc., or if the release mortality rates depend on the size of the fish, the results might be different and you might see more differences in trend or stock status. We didn't have enough data to really parameterize this kind of a change at this point. And so as a result, we focused on the scenarios that we've already talked about. These are things that we would want to explore more for the benchmark in future work. Next slide, please. So overall, refining the estimate of release mortality is not expected to have a significant effect on stock status from the assessment model, but the TC will work on this for the next benchmark assessment and address a few of the things I just mentioned as caveats. However, the TC does want to stress that reducing release mortality through management measures and angler education and outreach is still important for the recovery of the stock. So even if we don't know for sure if we're going from 9% to 6% or if we're going from 12% to 9%, the important thing is reducing the amount of mortality that's coming from those live releases. So next slide. With that, I will take questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Drew, for filling in. Excellent job. I've got Justin Davis with his hand up. I'm going to take board questions first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Katie, for that presentation. It's really interesting results, and thanks to all the people who worked on that. I thought it was important in that last bullet in there to make the point that even though these analyses suggest that, you know, had we used a different estimate of release mortality in the modeling that was done, we wouldn't have ended up with a different picture of where the stock is at right now or the actions we'd have to take according to the FMP. But it doesn't mean that, working towards improving release mortality couldn't have some benefit. I wonder if you would agree with the idea that, in particular, if release mortality is higher than we actually think it is right now, it's higher than that 9% number, that means the stock is more productive than the current modeling is projecting, and that therefore, if we're able to bring down that release mortality through things like use of circle hooks and better practices, there's real scope for improvement there, particularly if release mortality really is much higher than 9%, whereas if we think 9% is sort of accurate or release mortality is even a little lower, there's just really not much scope for improvement there, because how much can you really bring it down? If it's really 6 or 7%, we can't get it down to 0%. But that if release mortality is much higher than 9%, it really suggests the stock's more productive and there's some gains to be made there, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think that's overall a correct assumption about kind of the results of this. The importance of the release mortality rate in the overall mortality that the stock is experiencing. It's from the model's perspective, it maybe doesn't necessarily matter that much, but it definitely matters for a management response and kind of the lever that you can pull on for getting a result out of rebuilding the stock.
Thanks, Katie. I've got John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I want to be clear that I'm understanding the takeaway here. Of course, reducing discard mortality is still a goal. It's something that we need to do through education and management measures. But if I'm understanding correctly, with more precise estimation of release mortality rates, there's minimal impacts on SSBF, recruitment, stock status. So from a management perspective, going up or down from that 9% estimate, well, that's not really relevant in this case. Is that a correct assessment, or am I off the mark here?
I would say I think it depends a little bit on maybe the question that you're trying to answer. So I would agree, are we going to spend a ton of time and money on developing, say, a coast-wide study to get a refined, accurate estimate of release mortality that's region, season, size specific? Is that going to improve the estimates of coming out of the stock assessment? And is that going to be worth the money from that angle? And that seems to be, the suggestion seems to be there may be other places that you could spend your money on in terms of, getting a better stock assessment. But in terms of, I think, understanding the impact of regulations and the impact of management decisions, that's when, it might become more valuable to understand things like, what is the prevalence of circle hook use within the fishery right now, and how does that change with new management? And so there's still, I think, which could benefit, I think, the question that Justin had brought up of, can we, is putting a circle hook requirement in actually going to benefit the stock in any measurable way? And so one way you can find that out is to put it in and wait 5 years and see what happens to the stock. Do we see an improvement? Or can we look at collecting data on fishing behavior and fishing practices to address this question more thoroughly? So I would say, you can get sort of targeted benefits from additional research that may help answer the management question, but it seems as though it's not going to provide a significant change to the overall model performance in the past compared to where we're going in the future.
That was a very comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Next person I have on the list, board member, is Emerson Hasbrook. I've got a couple of hands up in the public, and depending upon how many more board representatives want to speak, I may take a question or two from the public. Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Katie, for your presentation. I had a question, in a way, somewhat similar to the one that John McMurray raised. And Katie, your response to that helped to clarify things, and also helped to clarify my question, I think. So I don't know how the parameters are set in your model and how they relate to each other and which ones are main effects, but would it be accurate to say that the fact that the sheer number of discards is what's driving this? Because if you change the discard mortality rate, it doesn't really change the outcome. And again, is that because the influence of the numbers of fish being discarded just overrides everything else? Thank you.
I think that's part of it. Even the discards at 9% are still a significant, but they're a significant component, but historically they've been a significant component, but it's not the only thing driving it. I think the other issue is that you do have information from other sources that are providing information on trends and age structure. And with this kind of tweaking the scale of the population, which is what we're doing with the removals and the recreational release rate, doesn't affect this other sources of information on trend and on age structure. And so the model has to kind of balance all of that out. And that's why you don't see as much of an impact with simply scaling the population up and down. As I said, I think earlier, the question of has this been changing over time, or is this affecting different size and age classes disproportionately, might give you a different answer. And that's something we can certainly look at for the next benchmark assessment. But I think it's more this is a question of the release mortality rate as it is now is scaling the population, and it's getting information on trend and age structure from multiple other sources that aren't affected by this analysis.
Thanks, Katie. I've got Tom Foti and then Mike Luisi.
I think this reminds me of a conversation I had about 20 years ago when we basically reduced the hook and release mortality on summer flounder. So we went from 25% down, I think it's 12% or 10%. And I turned around to Mark Tesoro and Bruce Freeman and says, well, that means there's going to be more fish to harvest next year. And Mark and Bruce said, no, it isn't, because it doesn't really show there's more fish. It could be less fish out there, and why the mortality is different. And after about an hour at lunch, the two of them explaining it, 4-hour trip home from DC to New Jersey, Bruce and Mark finally convinced me of what was going on. And that's the way the models work. It really doesn't do things immediately, but it takes 4 or 5 years to see the result of changing the hook and release mortality. Do I have that right?
So I would say, right, it's are you changing it within the model? Is this a number that you're tweaking up and down, or is this something you're actually changing in practice? So if you can find a way to reduce that hooking mortality in practice, then that will eventually provide benefits to the population, and you should see that down the road. If you're not changing if you're just changing your assumption, all you see is what we see here, which is this scaling factor of you're taking that population trend you see from the indices and scaling it up or down by a bigger or lower number based on our assumptions about release mortality.
Thanks, Katie. Mike Luisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I'll say that I'm struggling a little bit with the results of this analysis, in that it's just I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to figure out why the spawning stock biomass isn't affected by these different mortality rates. But I understand the scaling issues, and so it's model work, and the technical committee did a great job in putting together the report. I just want to make sure that the board does not lose sight of the importance of discard mortality, in moving forward. So while changing the rate may not have an effect in the model as to what the spawning stock biomass is. I just want to make sure that it's something that we keep as a priority in our discussions and decisions through Amendment 7. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Are there any other board members that have their hand up, Tony, that you can see? I don't see any. If not, I'll take two questions from members of the public. Joshua McGilly, please.
Thank you, Dr. Drew, for inviting me again. So this is a question kind of completely off topic from the micro discussions we've had during our own one-on-one meetings. But with the idea of the circle hooks, are there other ideas in the works for anglers to be able to decrease natural mortality? So you brought up ideas that anglers are doing things to decrease natural mortality or release mortality. Are you guys thinking of other ways or setting up other kind of outreach programs to bring up other ideas that anglers can lower release mortality, kind of like better use of weighing of larger fish that are going to be released, proper management with taking photos, things like that? I don't know if there's kind of any ideas that you guys have or events that you guys are going to kind of develop to push those ideas, kind of like the circle hook.
So thanks, Joshua. Yeah, I think this will tie into probably the discussion that the board has about the PID coming up in terms of getting feedback. I think at this point we're looking for feedback from the public. Actually, I would say on the PID discussion about from the board, from the angling public, et cetera, as we send this out of what are things that we can do to improve education and outreach at the state level, at the ASMFC level, to address this specific question in terms of, circle hooks are one option, better release techniques and education are another. Are there other options for reducing release mortality through angler behavior? Are things that I think there's definitely things we can pursue from an education standpoint, but we will also be looking through the PID process for public input on this as well. So I think it's kind of, at this point, it's we're more looking for input on this coming up, but that's something I think the board can talk about during the PID discussion as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Katie. Are there any other, I'm going to go back to the board. Are there any other board members that want to speak that haven't had the opportunity to ask a question of Katie? And if not, I think this concludes this report. I'd like to thank Dr. Drew and Kevin Sullivan and the members of the committee that worked on this. I think it's an excellent piece of work, and it will aid our deliberations in the future. And I'd also like to point out, I know that there are a number of, we have in fact almost 280 members of both the commission and public listening to this discussion at this point. And I know there's probably a lot of you that are listening to it that want to have input on these types of issues. The next item on the agenda is going to be talking about the PID process. And if that gets authorized, there will be public meetings up and down the coast where all of you can attend and raise all of these types of concerns that you might have about different techniques and different results and what happens if we do one thing versus another. So there's going to be a fairly elaborate process of public input that will follow based on the PID. So without any other hands up, Tony, I see none. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is also Dr. Drew, which is the stock assessment update. and the timing of the assessment. Dr. Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Maya. You can go on to the next slide. This should be a fairly quick item, but basically, as you may or may not know, striped bass was scheduled to have an assessment update in 2021, which would give us a terminal year of 2020. However, given the uncertainty in the 2020 data as a result of the current ongoing pandemic, the TC recommends postponing the assessment update until 2022 to give us a terminal year of 2021. So the reasons for this are, number one, the uncertainty in the data collection, especially on the recreational data collection, but also commercial and fishery independent data collection that's been impacted by the COVID-19 situation, is going to result in a very uncertain estimate of SSB and fishing mortality and stock status determination in 2020. And so having an extra year of better data collection is going to give us a better estimate of stock status to base management off of in that final year. And it'll also give us more years under the new management measures. So obviously we had new measures implemented in 2020, and for the board to evaluate whether those new management measures are doing what they were intended to do, I think we need to have more data on whether any changes we see in catch are a result of the new management measures or if they're a result of the pandemic. So the TC recommends, and ASC agreed when we ran this by them, that the assessment update should be postponed for a year to give us a better result.
All right, thank you, Katie. Tony, a question to you. Does this require board action, or where are we in terms of what's required at this point?
Thanks, David. It doesn't require board action. It would be a recommendation to the policy board to adjust the schedule. The policy board is the board that takes action on the assessment schedule itself. But if there were any, so it could be a consensus of the board to make that recommendation to the policy board. But we can also take questions on implications of moving this assessment or any questions related to it.
Okay, so let me go back to the board and take questions or comments. You can do both. At this point, I've got Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Katie. So the update would be, the assessment would be scheduled for 2022. So what would the timing be? When would the assessment be complete? When would the report come to the commission? Would that be at the end of 2022 or early 23? So I'm just thinking about timing on if there's any actions that need to be taken when that process would start. Thank you.
Yes, so the intention would be that we would have the assessment report ready to go to the board for the annual meeting in 2022 to reflect, that would reflect a terminal year of 2021.
Mike Luisi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Katie, for your presentation. So, just if you can let me know, or let us all know. So this is a management track assessment. So this would just be, this would not be the benchmark assessment. And does a delay to 2022, does that postpone the benchmark another year, or is the benchmark still on the same schedule?
So you're correct. This is a management track, if you will, if you want to use the council's terminology. So it is only an update. We will not be making any changes to the model. And it should not postpone the benchmark in any way. So the focus of the benchmark will be on improving and adjusting the assessment model itself, and doing an update in between should not impact that timeline at all.
And so, yeah, thanks, Katie. Do you have the date right now as to when the next benchmark is scheduled? I thought it was is it 2025 still?
I don't believe we have formally scheduled it with, usually it goes through the SOSARC process. So I don't believe we have formally scheduled it, but a 5 years out would be 2024. And
Okay.
I think, this is one where I think it will depend a little bit on how model development goes, that, we want to put time and effort into the 2-stock model. The current model, there's no real benefit to taking that single stock model to peer review. And so I think the focus is going to be on when the 2-stock model will be ready for peer review again.
Understood. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike, Tony, have we got any other board members that want to speak on this?
Yes, you have Dave Sikorsky, Dennis Abbott, Max Appelman, Jason McNamee, and John McMurray.
All right. Somehow I'm not scrolling up to the top.
And then you have a couple members of the public.
Okay.
Well.
Let's see. I'll take John McMurray, please. John McMurray. John, you have to unmute.
Okay, sorry. I think we're both trying to press the same buttons at the same time. So I don't mean to be a fly in the ointment here, but I'm asking this because I've gotten more than one inquiry from the public. But is there any real benefit to postponing movement on Amendment 7 until we have this stock assessment update, which presumably will happen at the end of 2022?
I feel that's a question for ISFMP / the board.
Tony?
Thanks, Katie. I think that's a board decision. I think that you have a lot of information in the last assessment. It'll still take a while to work through this document and make changes or consider changes to the management program. And so, I guess it depends on what type of information you want to see, but you'll see the same kind of information coming out of an updated assessment. The results could or could not change, but we know the stock is overfished, and the amendment is looking at those long-term changes to address the overfish status versus the overfishing, which is what the previous addendum was to address.
Okay, so just to be a little more specific, knowing what sort of effect the slot limit is having on F or even on effort, how could that benefit us in the development of Amendment 7? I'm not sure if that's a technical question or not, but I think it is answerable.
John, I think I'll try to answer it again. And Katie, if you have anything different you want to add, please do. I think that the board has said that they want to address some longstanding issues that they believe should be addressed through an amendment process. The overfishing status may or may not have some influence on decision making for some of those issues, but I think there are several issues in this document that the overfishing status would not weigh in on decisions for. But I can't read into the minds of each board member about what is impacting your decision making status to know that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the list, I've got Max Appelman, please. Max, welcome back.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yeah, just a quick question, and I don't know, Katie, if you can shed any light at this point if the same data concerns in 2020 that we have with COVID, if that might happen again with 2021 data. I'm just curious if if there's any potential that we might find ourselves scratching our heads about delaying this update even further at this time next year.
I mean, I think if we've learned anything from 2020, it's that nobody has any idea what's coming next with this pandemic. So for sure, there's certainly the possibility that if APIS and the states aren't able to get back into the field for a full year again, that we're going to be in a similar situation, in which case we would probably come back to you at the end of this year, I think, and say, here's where we are. We're going to have, crappy data for 2 years now. What is, is it more important to the board to have an estimate of stock status that's very uncertain for 2 years, or is it more important, to continue what you're doing and just wait until we can have better data before you make any management decisions? So I think, certainly our hope, and we're going forward with the idea that 2021 will be better data, but we can't promise that, and we may have to have this discussion again this year, at the end of this year.
Next, I have David Siorsky. David?
Excuse me, David. Dennis Abbott here.
I'll come back to you, Dennis.
I think this is supposed to be a board discussion at this point, and not going to the public and back and forth. And my name was mentioned long before John McMurray's and the like.
Dennis, Dave Sikorsky is a board member from Maryland, just as a FYI.
Thank you, Tony. David, you're up. David, you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. There we go. I'm clicking the mute button until I break the darn thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for clarifying. I have joined the board as a legislative ongoing proxy for this meeting and moving forward. So I appreciate the time to ask a question here. This is for Dr. Drew. If I remember correctly, in following the ERP work for the Menhaden assessment, I feel like the Menhaden and striped bass assessments were linked from a timeline perspective. Does this unlink them, and does that affect anything moving forward?
So good question. It's more important to have the benchmark assessments, I think, linked up from the ERP perspective to ensure that as the ERPs go forward, we're using the best available benchmarked assessments for those. The Menhaden assessment will not, it will line up. I think we're still in the process of discussing whether we will make changes to the ERP assessment in light of new assessments from striped bass or other species, or whether we will focus purely on the Menhaden assessment and keep the ERPs static for the assessment update. But I think we sort of looked at the timelines, and there is still the potential to incorporate some of that striped bass data into the ERP assessment update if we decide to go down that path.
Thank you.
All right, next, let's see. I have Mike Luisi. Mike?
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman. My hand was raised from before. I just put it down. Thanks.
Okay, so Tony, go back to the list. Do you have any other board members? Did Dennis Abbott want to speak?
Yep, you have Dennis, and then Jason McNamee.
I did, but I don't want to speak now. Thank you.
Jason McNamee, please. Jason?
Okay, looks like I'm unmuted now. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, just wanted to voice support for, and thanks, Dr. Drew, and also thanks to the technical committee for thinking through this a bit. So generally supportive of this. This really would be a kind of a waste of time to stick to the current schedule, given these issues with with the data. So I think what you've proposed here is a great idea. Also, thanks to David Sikorsky, I hadn't thought about that angle on this, but I appreciated your comments on that, Dr. Drew. It sounds like everything should work out as long as we don't run into the situation that Max brought up, where we get bumped another year. But let's just roll forward with a good plan and see where we end up. Thanks.
All right, let me ask one more time. Are there any for other board members that want to speak? I'm not seeing any hands. I've got a couple of members of the public that want to. I'll
My
take
hand is raised, Dave, Tom Foti.
Tom Foti. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, the reason I think we should postpone, because I'm hoping by the time we actually do the public hearings on the final amendment, not the information amendment, but when we finally do this, that we're able to have in-person meetings. So people from New Jersey can actually show up to a hearing, get the presentation in person, and actually give us the feedback in person. Because again, you know, some people don't like talking over microphones. They don't know how to basically handle this. And I'm hoping for those in-person meetings.
Thanks, Tom. There's one other hand of a board representative that went up, Kurt Blanchard from Rhode Island, who's our enforcement representative. Kurt?
Yeah, hi, David. I did not have my hand raised. I apologize for that. I did notice it was up earlier in the discussions and I dropped it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go back to the members of the audience. Tony, I've only got, I don't know whether I'm having a technical issue or not, but I've only got Dale Kirklandall on the list for speakers. Do you have anybody else?
That is all I have as well. I don't know if folks all of a sudden put their hands down, but a bunch of hands went down, so there could have been a glitch in the system. So if there is another member of the public that had their hand up before, please let us know. And just to remind everybody, your hand is up if the hand icon has the red arrow pointing down. That means your hand is up. So now we have Dale Kirkland and I'm so sorry that I'm not going to say this name correctly. I think it's Churab Hihai, and I apologize. So there's only, and now Jack Scammels.
Oh, okay. So I think what we'll do is, Chulab, would you like to comment, please, and try to keep it brief, a minute or two, if you would, please.
Yes, hi. I just have a request. It's not a comment. So the material, the research papers that have been used to produce this presentation, if you guys could share them, that would be great. Thank you.
Next on the list, I have Dale Kirkendall.
Yeah, I just had a quick, I guess, question or comment too, in regards to moving the date from 2021 to 2022. To me, it does seem appropriate because of the COVID issue. But additionally, is there going to be any change to the assessment to quantify the management changes that have been applied? So, I mean, we use this to say, hey, we're doing good or doing bad. Will there be any change in the data that's collected or the data that's presented, specifically on the measures like circle hooks and such, and sizes of fish? From the last presentation on the, what do you call it, the dead loss, the person was very clear in the conclusions that the percent of dead loss that is not taking into account on which fish we're killing. And that's one of the reasons I brought up earlier. We have to have better data on which fish we're killing. Slot limits mean that we target certain fish and we kill certain fish. And as well as in the bay, raising slot limits or raising it by inch or two and having it all 1 year class being decimated needs to be addressed in the data.
Sure. So first of all, I will say we do have information, some information on which sizes are being killed. So we do collect information on which sizes are being released and which sizes are being harvested. Obviously, the data on which sizes are being released is more limited than the data on which sizes are being brought back to the dock and can be measured. But we do have information on that, and you can see that more younger, smaller fish are released alive than are harvested, than compared to the size structure of the fish that are harvested. So we do have some of that information, and we will continue to collect that and use that in the assessment. However, we don't have good information on how many of the big fish that are released alive die versus how many of the smaller fish. There is some evidence that suggests big fish are more likely to die after being caught and released, but we don't have, the data on that are limited. So we'll just apply that 9% to every size of fish that was caught. But we do have information on what sizes are being caught versus what sizes are being released. And that will be incorporated into the next assessment update. So we will look at the data that we have to see if can we see a change in the size frequency of what's been harvested versus what's been released alive. And, you know, we may make a small tweak to the model to have a different selectivity block for these 2 new years to say, you know, is the fishery interacting with these fish in a different way than they were in the past due to the new slot limit? I think with only 2 years of data and with, you know, where we know at least one of those years is has not had great data collection, I can't guarantee that we're going to see a strong impact of these regulations at this point in time with this assessment update. So we'll check in and we'll see how things are going. We may need to add more years of data to get a better answer after that. But the intent is definitely to evaluate how well we've done in terms of meeting our percent reductions and whether that has an impact on the size structure of fish that are being harvested or being released.
I understand that. My point was more directed at, will there be science that says causing people to catch a certain fish impacts the other fish that we have, the number of other fish we have to go through to get to that legitimate fish. You have people that want to play with fish, and you have people that want to keep fish. And when we change sizes, we change the effort on other fish.
So yeah, that's, I was gonna say, we would love to know that. To a certain extent, I mean, it's, you know, our data collection is limited. I think some of the things we can look at are the number of fish that are released versus the number of fish that are kept now versus prior to the regulation change. I think it can be hard to separate out the effects of that management change compared to changes in effort and changes in the availability of fish coming through. I think it's something that we need better data collection on, and I think we'll see what we can do with the data that we have, but it's certainly something that we try to consider when we are looking at these data overall.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. The last person I have on the list is Ryan Concercio, if I have the pronunciation correct, and if not, I apologize.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I just have a question in terms of, you know, we're talking about postponement and pushing off due to essentially numbers that we don't know, just because we don't think that, again, stock status is accurate at this point. Looking at the spawning numbers of this year, I mean, shouldn't those numbers alone tell us what's going on with this population right now? Clearly it's declining. I mean, the spawning status alone should be a very clear indication of what lies ahead for the future. I mean, again, stock status at the moment, while we don't have immediate numbers, the spawning status is going to tell us what's happening in the future. So again, are we taking those numbers into consideration?
Katie?
Right. So I would say I think there's kind of there's two questions that the board has been wrestling with this particular topic. And number one is, do we push the stock assessment update off into the future to get a better idea of what's happening in 2020 and 2021? And then the second question, which the TC recommends, and then the second question is, do we push management action or Amendment 7 off into the future until we can have an update on the assessment itself? And the TC does not have an opinion on what the board should do with that. I think that is, as Tony was saying, you know, is another 2 years of stock status information really going to change what the board wants to do with the options or the amendment that it's considering? And that, I think, is a question that the board should wrestle with. So, you know, from the scientific perspective, doing an update this year is not going to get you better information. And whereas I think from a board perspective, do you take management action on where we are now based on this recent assessment is up to the board.
Thanks, Katie. So in terms of this issue, essentially, you've got a recommendation. Are there any board members that disagree with this recommendation? And if so, raise your hand and I'll call on you and you can say why you disagree. If not, I would just suggest that in the absence of individuals objecting to this, we simply forward this by consensus to the policy board. So any hands up, Tony?
I don't see any hands, David.
All right, so I'm just going to note that by consensus, we're going to forward this recommendation to the policy board for action and consideration in action. Any objections? No objection. So next item on the agenda. Let me actually go off script here for a minute and just say it's wonderful to have this many members of the public participating in this dialogue today. We have literally about 260 members of the public who are listening to this. So I'd like to just take 2 seconds before I speak to the board and talk about what we're going to take up next, which is the draft Amendment 7 public hearing document. I'm sure a lot of you have been around the process for a number of years and are familiar with this, but if you're not, just for your own edification, this public information document is a document that goes out to the public with generally a range of very generalized issues that are designed to promote discussion and dialogue by the public. It's specifically designed to get public input, comments, criticisms, whatever you like on certain concepts. So what we're about to talk about today with the board is we've had a public information document that's been drafted, and I'm hopeful that at the conclusion of this meeting it's authorized for public hearing. But when the hearings come, that is an opportunity for the public to actually bring forth any ideas that they want. The board will have included a number of ideas as talking points to stimulate discussion on the part of the public. But the public is not constrained to do that. So if you're a member of the public and you have different ideas about the way things should go, what data we should be using, what models we should be using, and so forth, this is a perfect opportunity for you to go and participate in a dialogue. This is the mechanism to use, and I would point out it's the first step in the process. So this is designed to get public input at the first stage in the development of an actual amendment. So it's really important for the members of the public to understand that and attend these virtual meetings that will be scheduled. So I'm going to go back to the board and just outline a little bit of background on this. The board initiated development of Amendment 7 to consider addressing a number of important issues and concerns involving striped bass management, including overfishing. The last time we did an amendment on striped bass was 2003, I believe. And staff can correct me if that's the wrong date. So in essence, it's been a long time since we did a formal amendment. The first step in the process that we've been following was to appoint a working group that prepared a very comprehensive list of issues to discuss. Marty Gary and Megan Ware were the two co-chairs of that subcommittee and did a really excellent job with the other members of the subcommittee bringing forth a wide range of ideas to be discussed with the public. Following a presentation by Marty and Megan, the board basically tasked the plan development team to develop a draft PID. The board then reviewed the first draft of the PID at their October meeting and offered a number of edits, all of which I think have been incorporated into the draft. In addition to that, we also allowed members of the board to offer additional comments and suggestions in regards to the edits. And at that point in the timing of all this, many of you brought forth additional ideas that you wanted integrated into the PID. And then the final way that we've involved the board is 2 weeks ago, Tony sent an email to all board members asking for any additional suggestions and improvements. And she basically requested that you do so prior to the meeting. So my point in recounting all of that is that we have had probably 6 months of discussions on this PID and numerous opportunities for the board to perfect the language in the PID and identify issues that are critically important for development with the public discussions. So in my view, we're at the point where we need to approve this document and send it out for public hearing. I would like to remind everyone, including the board members, that a PID does not commit the commission to adopt any particular strategy. It's a discussion document. We're trying to get the input of the public on this issue. So the first thing I'm going to ask is, are there any members of the board that would like to raise an issue that they think is critically important to add to this PID? And if you do, then I'd ask you to raise your hand. Any hands up, Tony?
I don't see any hands up, David.
Okay, so I asked, given all the work that staff has done with the members of the commission, I asked the staff, I anticipated this, and asked the staff to prepare a draft motion, which I'd like them to put up on the board.
David, before you do that, I just wanted to note that there was one change that I made to the document that the board did not see that was reflected in an email that came back to me. I did have one person get back to me. So I think it would be at least important for people to see that change. It's not a significant change, but I still feel it would be necessary to do that before we considered action on the document.
Go ahead,
right?
Tony.
All right, I prepared a presentation to go over all the changes in the document, but I won't do that in full. But Maya, if you could do me a favor and go to slide 5. Thank you. And it's the second small paragraph here, that the language that's on page 8 of the document, this language is to reflect the SSB target may be achievable if fishing mortality is significantly reduced, but it may go against other things that the board is trying to achieve in the fishery regarding performance and economics. And so this language was tweaked just a little from what went out to the board and was on the meeting materials. So I just wanted people to see that before making any considerations today. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Any comments from board members? I'm not seeing any hands up. Tom, Toby Fry is the only one with a hand up. Toby, you want to comment on that?
And Toby, you're self-muted, so you have to click on that microphone icon and turn it green from red. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Ken, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. It seems like to me whenever we try to work with Mother Nature and either curb or increase populations, we're doing it with the females. And I still don't understand why we haven't addressed the what we call the trophy season, which if a fish is over 32 inches, it's 99% a female. And it seems like to me that until we start addressing preserving the females, we're not going to make any headway on this whole subject.
Thanks, Toby, for that comment. And that's a kind of thing that we'll want to definitely hear from you if this document does get approved for public comment and when we do public hearings. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Toby, and thank you, Tony. Could you put up the draft motion, please?
I can, and Maya will do that. I just wanted to let you know that John McMurray has his hand up.
John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I don't want to be a fly in the ointment here, but the slide that's up there now does not really make any sense to me. I mean, is there anything in the benchmark assessment or in the data that I may have missed that suggests that if we didn't reduce or if we reduced F to target, that SSB target couldn't be reached? This is speculation. It's not based on science, and it's seems to me to be editorial in nature and shouldn't be in the document at all.
Tony?
I'm going to go to, I think, the two board members that asked for these edits, if that's all right. And those two board members, I believe, were Megan Ware, and if I remember correctly from the original, was John Clark, and both of them have their hands up, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Right, I'm going to recognize John Clark. John, we haven't heard from you today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Delaware did request this be put in. It is pretty widely accepted that the stock was at an all-time high level during the early 2000s. This led to huge changes in other fisheries within Delaware Bay. As was pointed out earlier in the public comments by Dr. Kahn, the Delaware went from not producing striped bass to being a striped bass production dynamo and responsible for upwards of 20% of the coastal stock. And yet we have a huge resident population now on the bay. As I said, if that was still not hitting the SSB target, you can talk to anybody that saw the bay during those years. I just think these, and not just me, but I think it's pretty well accepted in our area that to reach some of these target levels would just mean there'd be nothing in Delaware Bay except for striped bass, and they would probably be emaciated at that because the population would have to be so high.
Thanks, John. Megan Ware?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I was the one who suggested an edit to this, and just for clarification, the sentence originally stopped after the word unattainable. So it said the current reference points may be unattainable. And I think maybe I'm in line with your comment. I felt a little uncomfortable with that sentence, given that it also talks about, you know, we've been overfishing for such a long time. So I suggested the end language there, which we just lost, but something about the fact of fishery performance, because I think, I don't know what would happen if we dropped F, but I also understand that, you know, different states have different priorities and there are different objectives we're trying to meet. So I just tried to qualify that sentence so it addressed that concern of mine, which it sounds like maybe was the same as yours.
Mr.
John,
Chair.
you want to follow?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that, Megan. It is helpful, but that passage is still very misleading. It makes the public think that the reference to the spawning stock biomass is not attainable. The target is not attainable when that's not true. And, you know, it's clearly intentional that it's in there. And I don't, let the record show, I don't think it's appropriate. And I would like to have it taken out. But if there's not board support, there's nothing I could do, clearly. Thank you.
All right. Any suggestions for process in terms of how we deal with that issue? People want to let the parties that are concerned about that consult and revise the language, or do you want to deal with it at this point? Any guidance from anyone? I've still got John McMurray and John Clark with your hands up. Emerson Hasbrook.
I think John Clark wanted to respond, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that if we're going to start looking at things, there are other revisions in this document that we're not wild about either, but in the spirit of compromise, you know, we figure we'd leave things in there. But if we're going to start picking this apart point by point, then this is going to be an extremely long meeting.
Last thing I want to do, John, is pick this document apart. We've gone over it for 6 months in various meetings and discussions. Time to get it out to the public. Let me suggest that we just deal with the motion, and if somebody wants to perfect the motion to deal with this issue, then they have the ability to do that. Anyone care to make this motion?
Tom Foti with his hand up.
Tom, are you making the motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. Then I'd like to say why I'm making the motion. I think we should go with.
Well, wait. Do I have a second?
Marty Gary.
Marty's making the second. Back to Tom Foti. Tom.
Yeah, there's things in this document I don't agree with. I have a different opinion with John McMurray on a lot of things, but we're going out to the public with this. We've worked on it for a long time. There's things in there that we're all not going to agree on it sitting around as a commission, and the public's not going to agree on it. But the purpose of this is to go out and find out what the public feels about these issues and let them comment. So I would support not making any changes at this point. We basically beat this to death.
Right. Thanks, Tom. Marty, do you want to comment on it as a seconder?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. No, I concur with both Tom and John. We've had a pretty rigorous process dating back, as you pointed out, to the work group, and I would have thought maybe we would have heard this concern a little bit before now, but I haven't heard it, and I think we have an opportunity to get this out to the public and have that discussion. And if there are concerns about that, we'll address it then and there. So thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Anyone else on the board? If not, anyone object to the motion? Do we have any objections, Tony?
I don't see any hands raised from the board. You have a member of the public.
Okay, so by consensus, this is approved. Okay, so what I'm going to do in the since we've been at it for quite a while, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and come back. Tony will post the time. I think it's 3:16. Everybody can get up and stretch their legs, and then we'll come back and deal with the circle hook issue.
Yep, we'll get that posted for you, David. Thank you.
Tony, are you on?
Sure am, David.
All right, let's reconvene. Next item we're going to take up is the issue of circle hooks and tube and worm. I think as most of the board and I think industry recognize, this issue has gotten a lot more complicated since we last discussed the issue. So in terms of process, what I'm going to have take place is I'm going to want Tony to provide us with a background on the issue, what was proposed, and what has been received by the commission in terms of correspondence and requests, and following that, we're going to allow board members to ask questions on it, and then I'd ask individuals to hold off on making any motions, and then following that, we'll get a second presentation by the state of Maine. Megan Ware, in particular, will give a presentation on what they have proposed and why, and then following that, we'll take general comments and questions in terms of process, and then we'll get into motions. So Tony, do you want to start?
Sounds great. Thanks, David. And I don't have a presentation for this, just a quick overview here. At the last board meeting, there were a couple of states that asked for exemptions to the circle hook requirements. Some of those exemptions were for tube and worm jig, and those exemptions did not pass for the board approval, and so the board approved no exemptions to the circle hook requirements. And implementation of the circle hook requirement was for the beginning of this year. We received a letter from representatives of 11 for-hire angler groups and the associations that represented them. It asked the board to reconsider the elimination of all exemptions for circle hooks, and this letter is seeking an exemption for trolling with the tube and worm rig and jig with the J hook. While the letter goes on to state that while they're fully supportive of the circle hook provision, the nature in which the tube and worm rig is fished, it will not gut hook a fish, and it's a reliable method to reduce post-release mortality because the fish is hooked in the jaw. The letter also states that circle hooks are not effective with this type of rig, and this type of rig is really important to the industry to bring young anglers into the fishery because it's a simple method of fishing. The letter also states that the negative economic impact, states and describes the negative economic impact that could occur without the exemption. In this letter, they also ask for an exemption of jigs with those with the lead head style that are dressed with natural or synthetic hair to be exempt, as long as the jig has a single hook providing from the end portion where the bait may be attached. And lastly, the letter asks for an exemption for pork rinds attached to a trolled lure to be exempted. And then I will pass it on to Megan Ware to describe the request that the state of Maine and Massachusetts is asking for.
before we do that, are there any questions of Tony at this stage? I'm not seeing any hands up, so we'll move on to Megan. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll note this is a joint proposal between Maine and Massachusetts, so I'm not letting Mike Armstrong off the hook here. He's going to help me out. But the proposal can be found in supplemental materials for those who want to follow along. We're just going to give a verbal kind of overview of what was included in our proposal and why we submitted it. And Mike, feel free to pop in at any point while I'm talking if I say something incorrectly or you want to add something. And I guess I'll start by acknowledging that both Maine and Massachusetts are working to come into compliance with the Addendum 6 circle hook provision. So for Maine, we completed an emergency regulation, which now requires circle hooks when fishing with bait. And I believe Massachusetts is pretty far along in their process. So both states are committed to coming into compliance with the FMP. The proposal is trying to address a problem regarding lack of data and information in the tube-rig fishery. In Maine and Massachusetts, the tube-rig fishery has certainly been a source of industry comments regarding the circle hook provision, and based on the letter Tony just referenced, it appears maybe there's broader conversations happening along the coast. But that said, we are data poor in this portion of the fishery. We don't have MRIP data that's specific to this terminal tackle, or we don't have a specific gear study that we're aware of. So when industry comes to us with these claims, some of which are concerning, it's hard to respond either to be able to support them or refute them. And it kind of feels like this is a similar conundrum the board faced in October. As a state, we could provide anecdotal information, but unfortunately we didn't have data to provide on the potential impacts of a circle hook exemption for the tube-rig fishery. So kind of from these concerns, the proposal was born to be able to gather this data that we need and hopefully let that data inform our future management decisions. We're proposing a 2-year study, and some of our objectives are to understand the size of the fishing population that's using this gear. So who is our pool of impacted stakeholders? Understand where the tube-rig gear hooks on the fish. So as Tony just read in that letter, we've heard comments that the gear doesn't gut hook, so there may be a low conservation value of using the circle hooks, but I don't have anything to ground truth that with or like data to respond to that with. And then Maine is also interested in assessing impacts to the worming industry and kind of noting that the tube and worm fishery is greater than just the anglers, but also involves tube manufacturers and those who harvest worms. To carry out the study, we are asking for a 2-year exemption to the circle hook requirement for the traditional baited tube rig gear. And the reason we would need this exemption for the proposal is, as I mentioned, both Maine and Mass are currently or have taken action to come into compliance with the circle hook provision. So industry right now, at least in Maine, I can't ask them to go fish with a traditional tube rig gear with a J hook because circle hooks are required. So the exemption allows us to collaborate with industry and carry out this study. We did include a sunset date of 2 years for that circle hook exemption so that without further board action, that exemption would expire. And then I'll just note there's kind of 3 elements of the study. The first is a broader angler study to better understand the proportion of anglers using the tube rig gear, and questions in that survey would ask about knowledge on tube rigs, level of engagement, choice of bait. The second element of the study is Maine's Angler Logbook program, where we would expand that to ask specific questions about tube rig gear. And some of the questions we would ask are in the proposal. And I'll just note that Maine's Logbook program is pretty targeted at striped bass anglers, and we are excited this year because we are introducing an electronic version of the logbook. So in many ways, it's kind of a perfect opportunity to expand the data we're collecting through our logbooks. And then the third element of the study is at-sea data collection by the state agencies. And we feel that this is important because logbooks are a great way to engage industry and collect a lot of data without a lot of cost. But we do acknowledge that that data is self-reported. So we want to be able to ground truth any of the trends we see in that data or identify discrepancies. At the end, we would write a report and bring that back to the board and the TC. And if the data collected in the study doesn't support a circle hook exemption for tube rig gear, then we won't carry on with it. If it does, then the board can consider future options at that point. Obviously, we're looking to get feedback from the board today on the proposal. I'll just call attention to one specific part of the proposal in particular. If the proposal is accepted, we provide two ways that the exemption could work. One is a circle hook exemption for tube rig gear just in Maine and Massachusetts. The other is a coastwide approach where the board could delay implementation of the circle hook requirement for this specific gear type. And I think there are pros and cons of both options. One maybe is achieving more of a coastwide equity. The other is more of a focused study. So I'd be interested in hearing board comments on that. And Mike, I will pass it off to you. Please let me know if I forgot anything or you want to add anything.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. Mike Armstrong?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Megan. Megan did a good job. I'll add a couple things. This is a mode of fishing that's very popular. The fact that we got a letter from charter associations from Maine down to New Jersey, and in fact, I've talked to anglers from Chesapeake Bay and further south that also use it. But I think it illustrates a problem that we overlooked, and we moved with the circle hook stuff pretty fast, and there were some oversights. One is we didn't define bait, and we've pulled out all the definitions on the coast, and they are very, very different on what you can use. But in all honesty, we were going with data that showed circle hooks have a lower deep hooking rate and thus lower mortality. All those studies are done on chunk bait and live bait. None of them are on artificials. In fact, most of the studies show that artificials, just because of the way they are actively fished, towed through the water, or jigged, that the fish bite it in a whole different way than a chunk sitting on the bottom or fish swimming around. And so I'll tell you, when I voted for this, I didn't intend to include artificials. And I understand how it happened. We talked about it at the end of last meeting, and no one wants to wordsmith, and we're all tired. But I think that was an oversight. So anyway, we don't expect you to just accept it without data. I like data, you like data. So we're going to collect it. So we're asking for this exemption. But I do think we also, and I don't know that we want to open this now, but later discussion of defining bait and defining that what we really meant was chunk and live bait and not artificials. When you put bait on an artificial, it's not really bait, it's an attractant. It flops around, it puts out a scent, but the lure is still actively fished, and the fish will strike it in a completely different manner, usually ending up and hooking on its lip. Now there's other problems, like treble hooks catching on the side of the face and all the rest, and that's a whole different discussion. So we'll hope you give us this exemption for a couple of years. The question is whether we exempt it coastwide and just let it ride for a couple of years until we have data, or if you just exempt us in Maine so that we can do the study. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Mike. So questions for either Megan or Mike on the proposal. And I'd ask, while the questions are coming forward, we've got a bunch of hands up already. I'd ask you to think about the question of whether or not this should be 2 states or the entire state would have, the entire coast would have the ability to participate in it. So first, I'm going to just take these in the order I've got them. Jason McNamee and then John McMurray are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Megan and Mike. Really appreciate, the thought that went into this. Very much support what you're trying to do. So, and, I know you guys have, both states have top-notch analysts in your states. So I know that it'll have high statistical rigor, and I think it'll be pretty cool and useful information. This is just advice, quick advice. So the at-sea data collection, I really like that part of it. I think, so it sounds like Mass DMF, you're using your own staff. I'm not sure if at any point you'll be kind of observing like a normal fishing trip. I would just suggest that I think would be good, in particular if you have a consistent participant collecting information, if you have some samples where you've got staff on board to observe, because that gives you that internal sample that you can sort of look at to compare observed versus non-observed and see if there's any statistical differences. And if not, that gives you some confidence that that self-reported data is good data and can be expanded. So that was just something that popped into my head I wanted to share with both of you. And then the other aspect, which the chairman just mentioned, is, I'm certain Rhode Island would love to be involved and expand this study further into southern New England. I won't commit to it in that we've not identified a funding source to be able to do it. I bet we could identify that funding source and we could contribute as well. However, I wonder if there's something we can do today where we have more of a general exemption allowed if a state is able to pull together a research fleet or study like Massachusetts and Maine. So I'm just hope it would be great to have a little flexibility because we'd love to participate as well. We've just not thought through it to the extent that Massachusetts and Maine has yet. So I'll just kind of put that out into the ether, see if others are thinking the same way, and then maybe we can figure out a way to allow for that.
Thanks, Jason. John McMurray, and then I've got Mike Luisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the gentleman from JCAA made this point in the meeting's initial public comment, and I'm going to frame it as a question if I can, but Mr. Armstrong also talked about the clear intent of the circle hook requirement. It was to prevent the use of J hooks and trebles in live and cut bait fisheries, not as an attract and troll lures. And I appreciate and respect the fact that Mass and Maine feel the need to move forward with this study. But everyone on this call probably knows and understands that a troll tube and worm rig and or bucktail jig tipped with a pork rind is not gut hook fish, except in very rare circumstances. And if you don't know this, then you're disconnected with the realities and details of this fishery. And I'm wondering if the state of Massachusetts and Rhode Island had considered just moving to approve those exemptions, because they make no sense to me, and I don't think they make sense to the public, and I don't think they make sense to most of the people on this call. Thanks.
Thanks, John. I've got Mike Luisi. and then Justin Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm supportive of the states of Maine and Massachusetts moving forward. I guess where I'm confused a little bit is when I think about this, I think about the consistency across the states. If there's going to be an exemption for a particular method and it's exempted in 2 states, and there's going to be information collected by those states that have agreed to provide that information. If we approve this coastwide, which I think for consistency purposes is going to be, I would support that. How does the information gathering translate to the other states? I guess that's a question that I have for you, Mr. Chairman, or staff. If we decide that this is across the board something that we're going to allow all states to be exempted from, are there going to be requirements on those states for data collection? And I guess my second question to Megan and to Mike has to do with the circle hook regulations. So there's a request now to exempt certain methods, but are you still moving forward with circle hook requirements for bait purposes? I would assume you are, but I just want to make sure that if I'm going to support this, that it's not going to be a delay in circle hook requirements across the board in your states, but it would be just for this particular method. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mike. Megan, you want to take the question at this point in terms of how you intend to implement it if it's approved?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mike, for the question. So, correct. And I guess I'll just remind the board, Maine actually had the circle hook requirement for the last 7 years, maybe we're going on 8 years now. So the only exemption we had previously was for 2-brig gear. And then at the October board meeting, when we brought that forward as part of our implementation plan, that didn't pass. So that was the only part of our regulation that we needed to change to come into compliance with the FMP. So all of the requirements for the use of circle hooks outside of the 2-brig fishery would remain and be what we've had for the last 7 or 8 years.
Mike, have you got a follow on?
Oh, no. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Megan. I knew you guys had those rules in place for quite some time. Yeah, I was wondering about Massachusetts as well, but it sounds like, so if I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, the exemption is only for these gears. It's not for the delay in circle hook implementation, because I think Massachusetts as well has rules on the books. But Mike can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Thank you.
Mike, to that point.
Sure. Yeah, we put in circle hook requirement last year, and we did exempt for hire in response to the board's request. We're putting in a new regulations that get rid of the exemption for hire, and what we're proposing is keep all the circle hook regs except for the tube and lure, the tube and worm lure.
Thanks, Mike. Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I don't really have a question. I just have some comments I'd like to make. Is that okay at this point?
Certainly.
Okay, thanks. So, I think Mike Armstrong did a good job of framing the general issue here, that back in October, I guess that was 2019, when we took the vote to implement this circle hook mandate, I think everybody thought it was a good idea. And then as we're coming along here and looking to implement it, the devil's always in the details, and we're finding out that it's maybe a little bit more complicated than we might have thought originally. There's questions around
definition, what is or isn't a natural bait. There's question around, should this be applied to all bait fishing methods or not? I think there's issues around enforceability, because we're talking about, in many cases, intent of the angler and whether law enforcement can actually use that as a basis for enforcement or not. I think there's also issues around whether this was intended as a prohibition on all take of striped bass with anything other than a circle hook, and that's an issue that I plan to bring up later today and try to get some clarity on. With respect to this issue we're talking about right now, with exemptions for artificial lures, I heard a lot about this in recent months from anglers in our state. This isn't just an issue with the for-hire industry, even though that letter the board received was from for-hire organizations. I've heard from plenty of sort of average Joe rank and file anglers. What I've been encouraged about is I've heard almost unanimous acceptance for the idea of a circle hook mandate, that it makes sense. People are willing to do it. They already use circle hooks in their fishing, or they're willing to switch, but they want to do it, under instances that make sense, where there's going to be a conservation benefit. And I think some people are sort of scratching their heads as to why they'd be required to use it in other instances where it's not likely to provide a benefit. So I'm really grateful that Maine and Massachusetts have come forward here with a proposal and a way forward. I think it's great that we're proposing doing some actual work and getting some data to justify the decision, rather than just making the decision based on anecdotal data. Although I would agree with John McMurray that if you talk to anybody who's involved in the fishery, they would tell you, an eelskin plug or a tube and worm rig or a trolled bucktail with pork rind, those are not gears that gut hook fish. So I'm very supportive of this exemption. I would hope that it would be extended to all states, and that all states would potentially consider collaborating on the data gathering that's going to go on. Connecticut would certainly be interested in participating, at least in that stage of sending out a questionnaire or survey to anglers to try to find out about how widespread this the use of these various gears is. I'd hope there'd be some consideration, maybe thinking about something or gears beyond the tube and worm, because I've heard anglers in our state mention other things that they think ought to be exempted. So I'd hope maybe there'd be some room to collaborate a little bit on at least that portion of the study design, the questionnaire. But overall, I think this is really good. It's important, I think, that we make these changes sort of in conversation and concert with our constituents, that we listen to what our the folks in the public are telling us about what makes sense and doesn't. So I'm really hopeful this board will approve some sort of exemption here for all states and allow us to move forward with this. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. The next three speakers, because I've got people agitating about being called on. I've got Marty Gary, Max Appelman, and Richie White. Tom Foti, you're after that. So, Marty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a very thoughtful conversation. I appreciate all the perspectives that have been shared. And thanks to Megan and Mike for your diligence on the supplemental materials that were provided and your explanations. I was aware of the fishery, but certainly not fluent on it. So I've done some outreach to folks and learned a lot. And for all the reasons that have been mentioned, John McMurray and others, there's a common sense theme that runs through all this. And Jason and Justin just answered part of my question about the regional applicability of this exemption, interest by both Rhode Island and Connecticut. I guess I'm still got a little bit of piqued curiosity, though. New Hampshire is kind of wedged in between Maine and Massachusetts, and I'd just be curious if it isn't putting you too much on the spot, if Dennis or Richie or Cherie could provide perspective. I would have thought maybe they would want to be part of this as well. Just curious. Thank you.
Richie, do you want to speak to that question? And I'll call on you in the same order, but if you want to address that question, please do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make a general statement, and I think it will answer at least how I feel New Hampshire going forward or not going forward on this issue, Marty. With all due respect to my good friends in the north, Maine, and to the south, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I hope they remain good friends after my remarks on this issue. I'm opposed to proceeding with this process for a number of reasons. First is process. In my opinion, this is a backdoor attempt for conservation equivalency with a process that is backwards. The conservation equivalency process would provide data to the technical committee and law enforcement committee, both of which would provide recommendations to the board. This proposal sets the regulation for 2 years, then provides data to the board. If this process is successful, I predict a number of conservation equivalency proposals that lack data will initiate this method. I don't dispute the tube lures do not gut hook. What needs to be studied is, do circle hooks work in tube lures with worms? I have over 60 years of fishing experience with striped bass. I've never fished a tube lure, but I do fish live mackerel and pollock with a trolling weight and a circle hook in a method that's very similar to tube lure fishing. And it's extremely successful method, and I find it is not an issue hooking fish with a circle hook using that type of method. What I'm really worried about here is creating a loophole that people that look for loopholes will jump through. We're not seeking law enforcement input as to how enforceable this is. I already in my mind have a design in which I can create a rig for all bait fishing that I feel would qualify as a tube lure. So I think what needs to be studied is, does a circle hook work or not to open the gate on loopholes for use of J hooks in general, without law enforcement playing a much larger role in this. And if Kurt Blanchard's on the phone, I'd love to hear his input on this. So I certainly will not be supporting this, and that would be your answer, at least from my standpoint, Marty. I haven't talked to Dennis or Cherie yet. Thank you.
Richie, I would point out you've managed to generate a few more hands.
Mr. Chair, could the Commonwealth address that?
At the appropriate time, Mike, you're on the list. I've got Max Appleman and then Mike Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate the situation here, and certainly appreciate the intent of the proposal. I was gonna say a lot of the things that Richie just said, so I'll shorten my comment and just echo those. We certainly support research, we support collecting data, improving our understanding of this and any other facet of the striped bass fishery and its impacts to the stock. NOAA Fisheries has a mechanism to permit otherwise unlawful fishing in the name of research through exempted fishing permits. And, this proposal appears similar to an EFP, except that, we don't know how much effort we would be exempting in this case. That's inherently one of the questions that we're trying to answer. So, one of our primary concerns is that of procedure, as Richie pointed out. Typically, this would go to the TC first for review prior to a board vote. And I particularly am interested in hearing from the technical committee if there's, I'll say, a less invasive way to answer these questions on prevalence and whether or not the cure does gut hook fish, something on a smaller scale, a level of effort that we know we're exempting in order to collect that data. And I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac. I've got, let's see, Mike Armstrong, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, yes, Richie, you're still my friend, but I think you're off base on this. I don't see this as conservation equivalency at all. I see it as trying to correct, I think, some errors we made with kind of a hasty passage. And it, as I think Justin said, turns out this whole issue of circle hooks and bait is more complicated than we thought. And we passed a very simple rule. But I share your concern that it's a little bit different process. And I really share your concern that other people will come out of the woodwork and say, okay, here's another one I want, which is precisely why, in addressing John McMurray's concern that, not a concern, but his statement that we all know you don't deep hook with a tube and worm lure. Let's just do it. We want to present data so that other people, if you want to exempt something, you need to bring data. And that's a high bar. As other states have said, we don't know if we have the resources, but we're going to do it. And that's why we went this path to collect data. So it makes it harder and prevents, I think, will prevent people from just nitpicking and trying to find little exemptions, because I definitely don't support that at all. This is one of those things that just stuck out, and it was a glaring error, and we heard from our constituents, as did many people in other states. Thank you.
Got Tom Foti next.
Yeah, I made the motion the last one not to approve the exemptions for a couple of reasons, and I'll go for my reasons why I did it at the last meeting. It was not about the efficacy of using the tube lure, the way it's designed and the way it's supposed to be used. My concern is all of a sudden somebody throws a tube on a line and goes back to drifting sandworms. This is one of the ways I used to fish also, when especially during the rips. And that's a whole different ballgame. But how does law enforcement basically enforce it if somebody's got a tube on it? There is some things that we need to discuss today about, rig deals is a lot. I've never got hooked a fish on a rig deal. I mean, I rigged a lot of eels in my time. I've been fishing the striped bass probably about 60 years or 64, somewhere. I started like 10 years old. So anyway, and the pork rind issue, we need to clarify what is bait, but we need to do it coastwide. If we're going to make an exemption, it's got to be coastwide. And you can't penalize one state because they don't have the resources of doing the studies, and Massachusetts, who has a much bigger budget than New Jersey does on marine fisheries. And that is probably our fault for not getting a bigger budget as fishermen. But we can't penalize all the fishermen in the state because we can't get more money. If we do any of these exemptions, if you change the use of pork rind, then it should be up to the state to make the exemption coastwide. And basically, and then if a state does not want to implement the rules or the regulations, they should be able to not implement it, as we always can do. But we can't make regulations that are different for each state, because there's enough controversy going on about what we can fish and what we can't fish with the circle. And I don't need exemptions that are coastwide. Plus, it's going to be held to, because the guy says, well, they're doing this in Massachusetts, I guess I can do it in my state. You know how hard it is to get the information out to the public to begin with. So we need to be consistent among all the states about what we do. So whether we do the tube lures or not, we need to be consistent on the whole coast and do that for every state.
Thanks, Tom. Next person I've got on the list is Roy Miller. And before Roy talks, Tony, there are a lot of names on the list. Some of them have been called on already. And And if they're new hands, that's great. Leave them on the list. And if not, if you could delete them, that would help. Roy? Roy, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of comments. Until Richie spoke, I was prepared to consider voting for this particular exemption for Maine and Massachusetts, but after listening to Richie, I'd like to change my comments somewhat. Would it be possible to do this study just a little differently? In other words, the first two questions in the logbook could be asked whether there's any allowable tube and worm fishing in 2021 or 2022. So those questions could be asked without a special exemption. Then I'm wondering if the studies, if Massachusetts could use some charter captains as contractors and give a special exemption for a group of charter captains to do the tube and worm study. Similarly, in Massachusetts, since apparently state employees are going to be doing the sampling, they don't have to open it up to the general public. So what I'm getting at is, could the study be done without opening up tube and worm fishing in those states for a 2-year period? That's one question. The other question, if other states want to participate in this, there's a timing problem. These studies are proposed, I presume, to start as soon as bass are available in 2021. If other states are going to submit a proposal, they're coming up short on the amount of time they would have to submit a study proposal and get it approved. So those are my two, let's call them, one a question, the other a comment. Thank you.
Roy, I'm just going to interject a comment from the chair. Given my background, having worked for a state agency, I think one of the dilemmas that we all confront here is Maine and Massachusetts have brought this proposal forward, and I'm not sure that the rest of the states have necessarily thought about it in the context of should they prepare. I'm fairly confident that if we were to give this another week or two and let the state agencies go back and talk to their constituency, there would be a number of states who would probably come forward and say they want to participate, but they can't do it at this point, at least on the record, because as Jason McNamee pointed out, they don't have a funding source. But if they had a little bit of time to develop that, I think you'd find that a number of states would want to participate in, and especially if it's a blanket option for the coast. In other words, states can opt in to this program. So it's almost like we need some mechanism to authorize it, and then conceptually and give the states the opportunity to the states that are interested in doing this, the opportunity to kind of talk together, talk with their constituency about funding activities and so forth, but then have the ability to get into it. Now, if you're opposed to it, clearly Richie is opposed to it for a number of reasons, then you just vote it down. That's all. So I think it's important for people to kind of factor in we're in a situation where we have an awkward timing issue because states don't necessarily have the money to commit to all of the work that's required by this proposal. The next person I've got on the list is Lauren Lutzig. Lauren?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Certainly can.
Okay, I would like to compliment several people that have been on our who have led the discussion. First of all, I'd like to compliment Marty Geary from the Potomac River Fisheries Commission. Marty was the one who asked if someone from New Hampshire could please comment there in their key location between Maine and Massachusetts. And Richie stepped forward. You know, I'm not sure I would have had the bravery to step forward like he did. And so he was sort of shooting from the hip. And what I realized is that we had a person in Mr. White who spoke with wisdom and insight and helped us to get right to the bottom line. As soon as Mr. White was done speaking, I think you, Mr. Chairman, said that there was suddenly many hands that were raised. And what that provides is the benefit of friendly debate, something that we sometimes don't see in the politics of America. A friendly debate is very, very valuable thing because that tends to clarify the issues. And so we're certainly not duplicates of each other. I consider myself to be the only environmental educator at ASMFC, for goodness sakes. I'm not a fisheries biologist, so I don't have a whole lot of duplicates. So I speak for the children of Pennsylvania and Maryland, for example. So one of our strengths is that we are not duplicates of each other, and I really appreciate this discussion. I do have a background in law enforcement, and I appreciated Tom Fody speaking of law enforcement as well as Richie White speaking of law enforcement. And so those are my comments, and I do thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, I've got Megan Ware. Your hand's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been scribbling frantically here, trying to write down everyone's comments. So I'm going to try to respond to as many as I've heard so far. And Richie, we are still friends. Don't worry. So I think the first comment I heard was that the study should focus on do circle hooks work with the tubulars, and I guess I was remiss in describing the study that is one of the things we propose testing as part of the at-sea portion of the study. So that is something we also have a question about and plan to investigate. I think there was a comment about TC review or processes with TC for review. You know, I think we're happy to do that. I guess from my perspective, and maybe this is just because I've been working on the proposal, I don't feel like it's overly technical. So if there's like a specific question someone has for the TC about its technical nature, that would be helpful for me to hear, and I'm sure for the TC to hear, so we kind of focus that discussion. Another comment I heard, I think, was kind of a question about data, then exemption, or exemption, then data. And I think this might tie into Roy's comment about, could you do this study without an exemption? So for the angler logbook part, I think if you were going to ask the first two questions, it would be, would you have used a traditional tube rig gear? Not necessarily are you. So I think there could be complications with the logbook. You know, we could do the at-sea portion with, you know, we have special licenses that we can issue in Maine, and I assume Massachusetts has a similar process. I think the challenge there is in the amount of data you get for the cost, and really one of the benefits of using logbook data is that we can get a lot of data for not a lot of cost. And when you go on a water and you hire a charter boat captain or you use a state boat, the costs multiply pretty quickly, and for a day's worth of time on the water, you're only getting a limited amount of data. So that would be my concern there. And I think I guess I would also just kind of reiterate, I think Mike Armstrong said this really well. You know, obviously the letters that we've seen have asked for other exemptions besides this. This is a more conservative proposal than those letters. And so this is kind of creating the bar of saying, you know, we need data to be able to act on those in an informed manner. I think those are all my comments for now. Sorry, that was a little disjointed, but just trying to respond to what people have said. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I've got a couple of people who, board members that have not spoken yet. Justin Davis, I'm going to call on you, but I'm going to first take Joe Semino and then Chris Batsavage and then Justin. So, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's kind of ironic because if I was able to speak closer to Justin, I would have been much briefer saying I agree with everything he said. And to that extent, one of my concerns is the fate of striped bass that are caught using bait on J hooks or non-circle hooks. Like, are they returned to the water immediately? Are they kept anyway? As Justin mentioned, you know, there are a lot of complications that this board hasn't discussed. I have some grave concerns with every state having different regulations. As Tom Foti said, that makes not only enforcement so much harder, but just so that people know what the regulations are, so much more difficult. So regarding the issue at hand on the tube worms that we keep discussing, I would say that I do support this as an exemption that should go forward for all states. The concept of data collection is fantastic. I love what the proposal has put forward, and I think those states that can do something like that should work on that. And I think that kind of discussion should go back through the technical committee on how to kind of standardize that for data collection for any states that are interested and able to pull that off. So, you know, my hope is that we'll see a motion on this at some point to have a vote. I appreciate all the wrangling that you are doing here as chair. And I do hope that Justin comes back with a discussion on the fate of those fish that are either caught incidentally or caught with bait on non-circle hooks. Thank you.
Chris, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try not to repeat too many of the comments so far, but I will say I do support Massachusetts and Maine's proposal for studying this tube and worm rig because it's a very narrowly defined gear. You know, the regulations talk about just, you know, the length of the gear, dimensions, things like that. Because with any kind of circle hook regulations, with more exemptions and ambiguity becomes more loopholes. And our Marine Fisheries Commission here is considering circle hook regulations for all our fisheries, and you know, crafting the rulemaking, proposed rulemaking, trying to craft things to allow certain fisheries to occur gets tricky when you really, you know, kind of roll up your sleeves and look at what could be what could occur. Due to the fact that the tube and worm rig is very narrowly defined, I could support that exemption for the rest of the states. And at the end of the day, it's up to the states as far as whether or not they want to allow that in their waters. So that's kind of just wanted to put that on the record. I know we've talked about some other things as far as other bait types on lures and you know, bucktails and things as far as natural bait. I guess we'll talk about that more, and I'll withhold those comments for later. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Justin, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you giving me a second opportunity. I just wanted to touch on a few things. One was that I really like the idea that was put forward that all states should have a chance to maybe just go back and discuss, maybe talk to Massachusetts and Maine and think about to what degree they might want to participate in those studies or do some of their own work. I would not support the idea that essentially a state would have to propose to do a study in order to be able to take advantage of an exemption that's offered for the reasons that have been brought up around funding, and also just because I don't know that it really makes sense. If Massachusetts DMF can do a great scientific study showing that tube and worm rigs don't result in gut hooking of striped bass. I don't think we need to replicate that in New Jersey and Connecticut and other states, because a tube and worm rig is the same no matter where it's fished. To Richie's comments, I fully agree that we have to be smart about any sort of exemptions that are created to make sure they don't create loopholes and provide opportunities for people to do bad things. To me, that's an argument for what Mike was suggesting of slowing down here and making sure we're doing this the right way and doing it deliberatively. So I just think that's an argument for really considering these exemptions carefully and how we write the language. I just think there's real danger here if this board is dismissive of these concerns that have been brought by the public and just sort of decides, you know what, nope, we're not going to consider these exemptions. I think there's a real crisis of public faith right now in this commission's management of this species. I think coming out of the Addendum 6 process, the one thing everybody in the public seemed to agree that the commission got right was the circle hook mandate. So I just don't want to see us sort of snatch defeat from the jaws of victory and find a way to turn this mandate into something that isn't viewed positively by the public. So I would really hope we can consider slowing down here, considering some of these issues and allowing for some exemptions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Tony, let me just ask, do we have any board members, because there are a number of hands up here, do we have any board members that have not had the opportunity to speak at least once? I think Emerson falls into that category. Is there anyone else?
I don't know if Pat Gear spoke. I'm not 100% sure. And then you also have your LEC, Kurt Blanchard has his hand up, your LEC rep, and then Eric Reed just put his hand up as well. And Dave Sikorsky put his hand up, and I don't think he's spoken. I don't think Jim Gilmore has spoken either.
Let's take Dave Sikorsky, please. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, this is, I really appreciate all the perspectives on both sides. And coming into this meeting, I've been in support of this exemption because I've asked a simple question in my mind of, will this lead to more dead fish by exempting? And I don't think it will. I think the anecdotal evidence we have from these really knowledgeable and important parts of our fishing community, the rec and for hire community, know how this gear works. I don't think they're trying to jump through a loophole here. But I appreciate that this process does exist, and I also don't think that this is a backdoor to a CE situation. And I hope that we can move forward and see a motion on this, and I plan to support a motion. Thank you.
Next, I have Eric Reed, and then I'm going to call on Emerson after that.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I am in support of the exemption for the tube and worm rig. But, to me, it's all about what damage does a hook do to the fish in general. And my comment to that would be, we've had, I don't know how many comments in support of this exemption, but I don't think one of them mentioned the use of a barbless hook in a tube and worm rig. And I think that's an interesting lack of thinking.
Eric, I've got Emerson Hasbrook. Then I'm going to go to Kurt Blanchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mike and Megan, for your presentations. I'm not sure what specific data elements you're going to collect in this proposed study, particularly when you've got state personnel on board. But I think it would be helpful, if you're not already considering this, is to have length frequency information included. Is it fish that are within the slot that are gonna be mostly? I'm wondering what the size distribution is going to be in terms of most of the fish that are caught on this type of rig? Are they outside of the slot? Are most of them going to end up being discarded? Also, I think it would be helpful to have or to track if these fish are within the slot, would they be kept by the number of anglers on the boat, or would they be discarded? If you've got 4 people on the boat and you've already caught 4 fish in the slot, then all subsequent ones are going to be discarded. So I would like to see those data elements included in the study. Thank you.
Kurt Blanchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to comment. There's been a few mentions of law enforcement and our input on this. Just to support the board on this is typically, this is a proposal for a study, a science study. Typically, law enforcement would not necessarily be asked to comment on that. If this was a rule change, a conservation equivalency measure, something to that effect, we would absolutely be commenting on it. If the chair feels that we would, you'd like our comments on it, we could absolutely, get a call together and provide you some input, and we'd be happy to do that. Just a couple other observations in the discussion. If it is a study for Mass and Maine, is it an identified participant group or is it across the fishery? And if it were to be across the fishery, I would have some concerns and ask that it be consistent from jurisdiction to jurisdiction from an enforceability standpoint. We've commented in the past about consistency within regions, within jurisdictions, and also clearly defined definitions and defined measure of what the tube and worm is and things like that. So if we had those in place, we could probably support this. But again, I would ask for consistency. I would ask for clearly defined measures, and that if you need our input as a whole, we'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Let me go back to Richie White, since Richie was the one that raised the original concern. Let me just ask you, Richie, whether or not there's been a lot of dialogue on this and a lot of suggestions on how you might pull it together. Joe Cimino talked about a process. Justin Davis talked about elements of a process whereby it would be more technical input and kind of standardizing the study criteria. Has any of that changed your position on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, if there is consensus that this would not be a backdoor conservation equivalency, so if the board can make that determination and be on the record, then I would certainly change my feeling in that regard. And the comments that Kurt just made, where the states are exempting all fishermen in the state, that to me, that goes beyond a study. I'm all in favor of a study. I think the study, though, should, I think the focus of the study should be whether circle hooks work or not, because I think we don't need to study the fact that J hooks don't gut hook or rarely gut hook using the tube lure method. But does a circle hook work? And therefore, that would eliminate loopholes that, as I say, I already have a design that could be sold for all bait fishing of striped bass that would absolutely work and would meet the legal requirements from what I've seen written so far. And so I think law enforcement needs to look at that, and that's what I'm very worried about opening the door on. And I fully support the idea of leaving the circle hook in place and then doing the study with a few charter boats and some individual vessels that are authorized to fish both. But it would have to be both types at the same time to see how the circle hook works and how many bites do you miss or not miss compared to a J hook. So I fully support that going, in that method, but not opening it up to everybody for 2 years. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Richie, for providing that perspective. My suggestion here is one of the dilemmas with remote meetings is that when we normally meet, we sit around a table, and frequently any of the members of the public that have gone to commission meeting will take a 5-minute break and allow the commissioners to kind of caucus. And during that type of break, it's not inconceivable that members of the public walk up and talk to commissioners and provide insight on different aspects of the discussion. So what I would like to do here is to take it's 4:22, and I would like to break until 4:30 for the purpose of the commissioners being allowed to talk among themselves. And then what I would like to do is reconvene at 4:30 and basically ask someone to place a motion on the table. And for members of the public, and I'd just like to quickly add that we have received terrific and really useful information from members of the public. It was really useful to have that letter come in from all the associations. It provided excellent guidance to us and direction. So, I mean, if you, I'd encourage you, if you can get through to one of your commissioners, if you think there's something that's really important to raise at this point, then do so during the break. So we're going to break until 4:30, and then I'm going to reconvene and ask if someone has a motion that kind of reflects the sentiments of what we just heard, the points that Richie made, the points that Joe Semino and Justin made in terms of qualifications and so forth. So I know that's a tall order, but we'll reconvene at 4:35 actually. Thank you. Tony, if you could please post that time.
Yep, we'll change it. Maya, if you don't mind switching it to 4:35. Thank you, Maya.
Tony, you on?
Ready to go, David.
Okay, so we'll reconvene. So in terms of process here, the process I'd like to follow is, as I indicated before, I'd like to have the board make a motion, somebody on the board make a motion, and then once we get a motion up on the board, then what I would like to do is I want to take some public comments, because I will acknowledge that I have not gone to the public on this particular issue, and although we cannot take public comments from 200 people today who are still on this webinar, I will try to take a representative group of comments and let a few of you comment on the motion. That's in advance of the board debate. I'm switching this around so that we get some public input. Let me ask the board, does anyone have a motion? I see Megan Ware. Do you have a motion? Your hand's up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do, and I sent it to staff during the break. If they are able to pull it up for me.
Would you
Great.
like to read it into the record, please, Megan?
Yes, move to accept the Maine, Massachusetts proposal to study the tube-rig fishery, and for the duration of the study, delay implementation of the circle hook requirement for tube-rig gear through 2022 for all states within the striped bass management unit. Other states wishing to participate in a study on the tube-rig fishery should submit a letter of intent to ASMFC within 2 weeks to ensure consistency in data collection.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Tony, you're going to have to help me.
Mike Armstrong.
Mike Armstrong has seconded this. Okay, so as I said I was going to do, I would like to take a few public comments specifically on the motion. I would ask that any members of the public limit your comment to about a minute. We'll run a clock on it, which will be on the screen. And if you limit your comment to a minute, then I can have more members of the public comment. So Rich Hittinger is first, and I've got Rick Bellavance second. Rich?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Rich Hittinger, the Vice President of Rhode Island Saltwater Anglers. We represent 7,500 saltwater anglers in southern New England. I wanted to point out that letter that you referenced is from private anglers as well. We signed on to that letter. RISA has a history of promoting circle hooks to conserve striped bass and reduce release mortality. But we don't feel that it's necessary with tube and worm rigs and other trolled rigs. The reason is because we don't believe that there is an increased mortality using J hooks. And that comes from many, many thousands of hours on the water doing this type of fishing. We would like to see this exemption for all states. And I can say that our organization is willing to participate in whatever we can on that study with that Massachusetts and Maine discussed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Rich. Mike Wayne, you're up. And I should have said, when you speak, please identify who you're representing so that we have a record of it. Mike Wayne, you're gonna have to unmute yourself, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne from the American Sport Fishing Association, and we represent many tackle manufacturers, so I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. The results from the TC analysis earlier about the sensitivity of the stock assessment to catch and release mortality estimates means that from an assessment standpoint, this exemption will not have a measurable impact on the stock. So then we have to ask ourselves, out of principle, will this exemption kill fish unnecessarily? And as many people said, if you know this gear type and understand how it's used, it does not pose a risk. I also don't think there's risk of creating a loophole in the circle hook regulation because I'm confident that the LE officers can weed out the bad actors on this. And if the gear type that Richie's referring to is developed and creates a loophole, then we'll hear about it from law enforcement and we can address it then. As many have said, I think anglers have shown pretty wide support for circle hooks overall, and you all know that as an association, we've supported it, creating education and outreach materials with on the water media to help the states roll this out. And so if I actually thought this exemption would erode the intent here, I wouldn't be supporting it. I appreciate the opportunity to comment and hope the board approves the exemption. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Next one on the list. I said I was going to take Rick Bellavance, but I'm going to take two other gentlemen first, Rick, so we don't get too many comments from Rhode Island. I've got Rick Golden, and then Ross Squire, and then Rick Bellavance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the Commission for allowing me to provide public comment. My name is Rick Golden. I'm the Secretary of the Stellwagen Bank Charter Boat Association, and I, along with many other charter boat captains and recreational anglers belonging to many associations like ours up and down the Atlantic coast, believe there should be an exemption for Addendum 6 circle hook provision. I've conducted several polls with my social media following, which is up to 700 anglers locally here in Massachusetts, and have averaged an overwhelming angler response that they have never got hooked a striped bass while trolling tube and worm. So we are definitely in favor of the exemption to Addendum 6 circle hook provision. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and allowing me to comment.
Thanks, Rick. Ross Squire, you're next, and then Rick Bellavance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ross Squire. I'm the president of the New York Coalition for Recreational Fishing. And I just want to be sure that the board's not losing sight of the forest from the trees. The intent of this regulation is to reduce dead discards from gut hooking of fish. And that almost always occurs in situations where the rod and reel is being fished in a static manner, not being fished actively. And it just seems to me as if the board added some language in terms of how the bait is being used, that would resolve a lot of the problems, would provide more information to the public, and would also be enforceable. So something that would say, that these are the regulations except when used on an actively fished lure, certainly could be one way around it. It would encompass everything from tubes and worms to bucktails to pork rinds, as well as eel skins. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment.
Got Rick Bellavance, and then Dominic Pucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'll be very brief. I am really hoping that the board can get to a position that they also include pork rind in their action today. We signed on to that letter from industry, mostly and because of that part of it. So I'm hopeful that there's a little modification to this motion going forward, and we can get that also included. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick. That's an issue for Megan and Mike Armstrong, the maker of the motion and the seconder, to consider. Dominic, you're next.
Dominic, we cannot hear you. I see that your microphone is open. It could be that you don't have the right mic chosen. Ugh. And Dominic, we still can't hear you. All right, I see that you've asked a question. Dave, could we go to another person? I can look at his question and then come back.
Certainly. Julie Evans. Julie, you're going to have to unmute.
Hi. Thank you for recognizing me. It's been a long time. I was making a cup of tea. Listen, I've listened to everybody speak, and everybody seems so smart in what they're doing. And I think taking a little bit of time and looking at this more closely is a great idea. as the Fisheries Advisory Committee representative for the town of East Hampton and Port Montauk. I know our guys there are very concerned about this issue and would like to see the rig, tube rig, looked at more closely. So if I can throw my 2 cents in there, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a few more. Dennis Zambrata. Dennis, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
I think I am. Am I unmuted?
You are indeed.
Okay, thank you. Dennis Zambrata from Newport, Rhode Island, representing surfcasters. I want to let the board know that keep in mind that this has a significant impact on surfcasting community also in the methods of using a bucktail and a pork rind, in a method of using a dead eel as a rigged eel and fished as a lure, and also using eel skins on plugs. So keep that in mind. I mean, those are heavy hitters for us here in the Northeast. You know, with a diminished population of striped bass to catch, taking 3 of our primary methods of having any success with this fish are very important to us. And I wish you would let the states go back and reconsider what their proposals are and let them reevaluate what they're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Ross Squire, you got the last word.
I actually already made my comment, but thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. They should have taken your name down. Okay, so trying to think. All right, we're going to go back to the board. I'm going to start out with Emerson Hasbrook. On the motion, Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, if we're going to have a subsequent conversation and discussion about a definition of what is bait, or is it your preference to incorporate that discussion at this present time? Thank you.
Well, I guess my reaction to that would be if this motion were to pass, I would hope that would be part of any dialogue that would take place with the participants in the study. That answers your question.
Not really, Mr. Chairman. You know,
right.
We're hearing comments about bucktails with pork rinds, rigged eels, eel skins on lures. And I know that amongst the board, there was some discussion about perhaps coming up with a definition of bait that can be consistent across all states. So I didn't know if it was your intent to have a subsequent discussion relative to that subject, or if the board was interested in pursuing that we do it as part of this discussion. Thank you.
I really wouldn't mind keeping that issue separate. In other words, if you want to raise that issue after we decide what we're going to do with this, it might make sense to handle it in that manner, if that's acceptable to you.
Yes, but I don't speak for the entire board, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, what other board members? Cherie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we spent plenty of time talking about the circle hook aspect of these rules and such when we voted on it. I don't mind seeing a study. I would prefer to see a very defined study, which I think Mass and Maine have put together, and have those individuals that are going to be participating in the study to be exempted from the circle hook requirement, but to not allow an exemption for circle hook requirement for everywhere. I prefer to see the results of the study first before reversing any of the rules that we have already discussed and put into place. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I've got, let's see, William Hyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, first off, I'll say that I like the motion. It addresses pretty much all of my concerns. I do, however, question, and it does play off a little bit of what Emerson was asking before. When Kurt was speaking, he talked a little bit about needing clearly defined measures to be comfortable with this. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask through you, if I may, to find out from Kurt if he is comfortable with this relative to the clearly defined measures that he had mentioned previously. Thank you.
Kurt, that's a question directed to you, please. Kurt, you're gonna have to, if you're on, you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
I got it. I was beating it up and it finally clicked. So I mean, typically we would not comment on a motion on the floor here, but the way this is worded, we're comfortable with that. It's a clearly defined study. As far as the the definitions and other pieces of this, I really think that's up for further review or further discussion, and prefer to see some proposed language to comment on.
Right. Thank you, Kurt. So I'm going back to the list here. Tony, what other council members? William Hyatt?
You already
I just spoke.
Already did?
I did, but I follow up if I'm allowed to. So based upon what Kurt just said, I would assume that if you choose to approve this motion, we would be doing so with the assumption that there will be a fairly extensive follow-up to get that of clearly defined measures and specificity that he is talking about. Thank you.
I've got Jason McNamee, and while I've got the floor, Tony, would you take the names off who are not board members, because it gets very complex looking at the list and trying to scroll down it. Just board members. Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will also start off by saying I like the motion that's before us here. That kind of, I think gets at the tube and worm issue that we've heard about, and will collect some data, allows Rhode Island the chance to potentially get involved. So I like this one. I also appreciated Emerson's comment and also Bill's comment just a moment ago, and I wondered if I could ask Tony a question, and that would be, maybe I'll start by offering what I'm thinking, and that is, Mike Armstrong earlier mentioned we need a better definition of bait, and I agree with that. And I don't think we should make a definition on the fly here. And so what I was wondering is how long it would take, and if there's an opportunity to develop an addendum where we address that, the bait definition. And while the addendum is being developed in the same way that, this motion is delaying things, I was thinking we could delay implementation until we get that definition squared away, although I don't want that if we're talking about, years. we would need to think of another mechanism. So I'm hoping to have some more time to think through a good definition for bait. And I'm wondering if someone can advise as to the best mechanism for doing that to address the pork rind, bucktail part of this.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a question to me. So the time frame to develop the addendum would really depend on all the issues that you include in it. A definition for bait probably is something pretty simple. We already have a list of what everybody uses. But note that during this time, we have quite an extensive and lengthy PID that will be going out to public comment. I'm assuming we're going to have many hearings on that. So just we'll have to balance the workload to do those hearings and write an addendum at the same time. I don't know if you're looking for an addendum to go out sooner than the May, like you wanted it fast tracked, or is it something that we would bring back to the board for their review in May? If we start to include additional gear types or rigs or other issues, I guess it depends on what the background is for those things and how much work we need to put into it to write up those regulations.
Thanks, Tony. And yeah, so that's exactly, I appreciate everything you said, Tony. And, it would be my intent to do something focused on definition of bait as quick as possible. So I think you've offered some good feedback, and I'll think on that for a minute, and maybe others will chime in while I'm contemplating writing up a motion here.
Thanks, Jason. I've got Justin Davis and then Jim Gilmore.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. So I completely agree with everything Jason just said. We've spent a couple hours now talking about this issue about tube and worm exemption. This is only one of the sort of unresolved areas around this mandate. I mean, there's the definition of bait. There's the whether or not we're going to let people use pork rind. There's this issue that I've mentioned previously about whether or not this rule is a prohibition on all take of striped bass with a J hook. To me, these are issues that we have to work through, and we have to do it relatively quickly because, Connecticut and I think a lot of states, we already have rules on the books about this circle hook mandate. We've already been engaged in outreach to our anglers. I'm getting questions from our anglers that I don't have a good answer to. And, that the fishing season's coming in a few months here. So if we're not going to just full scale delay implementation of the circle hook mandate full stop, which I don't sense there's a lot of appetite for on the board, I do think we need to resolve some of these issues. I think it has to happen in concert with the law enforcement committee. And I don't know, I suspect an addendum is going to take too long. I wonder if we're maybe just talking about something like a technical guidance document that a work group can work on in conjunction with the law enforcement committee and essentially develop definitions and interpretations of the mandate that then give guidance to states on how they're supposed to interpret it. I just have real concerns that we have all these unresolved issues, but we've already put the mandate in place, and the fishing season's coming in a few months, and I just need to find some way to get clarity to communicate to my anglers about what exactly the rules are. So I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, but I think it's got to happen on a fairly short timeline, and it's something which we really need input from the law enforcement committee on some of these issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. I think that was I voiced my own view that I think that was a useful point that you raised about a technical guidance document, and maybe we could do something like that and kind of put a small group together with enforcement, maybe a couple of board members, and work through the issues that have come up, you and Emerson and others have raised, and try to standardize it, and basically send it out to the states and suggest that it be part of the package that they finally implement. Now, I guess the problem that I'm having with trying to rush an addendum, we haven't even crafted or identified all of the issues we want to kind of sort through. So this is going to take a little bit of time, but I think you probably could do it. Have meetings over the next couple of weeks with a few participants, sort through the issues, and then kind of standardize the language and get something we could fairly immediately send out. Granted, it wouldn't be a plan requirement, but I think most of the states are trying to make a good faith effort to not only standardize their regulations, but do something that is in the best interest of the striped bass resource. I also think the constituency is trying to encourage us to do that. So I think that's a really useful suggestion. I'd encourage people to think about it more. I've got Jim Gilmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And, Justin and J-Mac beat me to the punch because I'm on the same page. I don't have an issue with the motion before us, but when we went to caucus, we got phone calls from the surf community, and then we heard that public comment that we've got surf fishermen that have, for the same argument, that they're using bucktails and eel skins, whatever. And again, they don't gut hook the fish, but that's a different technique. And then we start getting, if we start doing it this way, we're going to get to exactly what the concern was 2 hours ago, that we're going to have this list of 7,000 things on here that are exempted. And we really, unfortunately, aren't ready for prime time because we have to define this better. I think Emerson's comment before was that when we've got some exemptions on fishing techniques that really don't gut hook fish, but some of that, and then some of those exemptions, whatever, actually may fall into a definition for natural bait. So you really can't separate the two issues. So unfortunately, we're going to have to take a pause here, because if we put this thing through and did a couple of exemptions, I think this thing will be worse, as opposed to taking a little bit of time and trying to better define this. But my concern, like everyone, is I've got my rule out on the street right now, and we're trying to get it in place before the fishing season opens up. So again, if we can do this quickly, I think that's the prudent path forward at this point, so we can get this right and we don't have some group excluded because we didn't really examine it properly. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Who just said Mr. Chairman?
Emerson Hasbrook?
Emerson. Go ahead.
I have a possible way forward here, if you want me to make a motion to amend at this time.
If you'd like, Emerson, or I would give you the flexibility to just say what you want or suggesting, so that people can think about it and we don't bog down in the process.
Okay. What I'm thinking about then, I'll just give you my thoughts rather than making a motion to amend. That we charge the technical committee and whatever other participants they choose to develop a definition of bait to be used with the circle hook requirement. And the technical committee will report back to the Striped Bass Board at a special board meeting early March 2021.
Okay, so that's a different motion, Emerson. My actual preference would be to deal with this motion and then go to your motion and any other motions. I think Jason McNamee may have another motion he wants to put up. So comments on the motion? Any further comments on the motion? Does the do the members need a time for?
I have a hand up, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave,
This is Max.
do you want me to, can I give the list that there's been a series of people that have had their hands up in waiting for a while, if that's helpful, David. It was Megan Ware, then Richie White, and then Max.
Okay. And then Tony, you were gonna you got an email from one of the members of the public that wanted to speak. Do you want to say what that individual wanted to suggest?
Yep. I had promised that when we were going through the public, I promised Dominic Pucci that I would relay his comments because he couldn't speak. And so here is his comment that folks are tired of hearing insane things. We all know that tube and worm rigs do not gut fish. 50 years of fishing taught him that it would be nice for your fishing public to see sanity reign, and you allow this study to be done. It would give the council a better position in the public's eye.
Okay, so next on the list, I've got Megan Ware and then Max and then Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like we've veered off the road a little bit here. I think, talking about the study for tube and worm and the definition of bait are two separate things. So I would encourage the board to keep those separate. And it certainly sounds like we need a conversation on the definition of bait, but perhaps that's the next agenda item. The other thing I'll comment is I think there was a question about specific regs for a tube worm or a tube rig exemption. And I would just note that within the Maine, Massachusetts proposal, Maine's regulatory language is in there that we've been using. So that could be a template for other states if you're interested. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I've got Max and then Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And listening to all these comments here, I want to first just say that I agree with a lot of the comments that were made from several board members now. I can't keep track of them, about pursuing some sort of technical guidance document to clarify some of the issues that have come out related to circle hooks. I think very interested to hear how that dialogue continues. However, on the motion before the board, I'm going to have to reiterate some of the concerns I noted earlier. That we don't support this motion right now on the basis of procedure, without technical review of the study design. I heard a couple board members earlier in the conversation, I think it was Dr. McNamee and maybe Roy Miller. They offered ways to improve the study design just in conversation. I think, this board could really benefit from a thorough TC review just to ensure the data collected will actually answer these questions. Perhaps the TC could even offer another way to answer these questions. And so, for those reasons, we just can't support this motion right now. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mac. Let's see, I've got Max. Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, after Kurt's weighing in on a study, this is not a study. This is allowing all the states to open up and exempt the use of circle hooks for tube lures for 2 years. Then part of that will also saying that Maine and Massachusetts will do a study. And we have no details on the study. So we don't know if the study includes both circle hooks and mortality on the J hooks. We have no, how many people are going to be studied, what kind of data, how's the data analyzed. We have no details on that. And we have no details from law enforcement talking about the issues of loopholes with this regulation. So I just think we're rushing this thing. This is not the way the commission normally acts. The commission wants to get information, and then we make a decision on information. We don't have information here. So I certainly am going to be opposed to this. I'm in favor of studying this. I'm in favor of figuring out whether we can do this use of J-hooks, but this is not the method to do it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Richie. Tony, do we have any other council members that have their hand up?
You have Mike Millard and Jim Gilmore.
Mike Millard and then Jim Gilmore. And then I'm going to call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Mike. The Fish and Wildlife Service is opposed to this motion as it's written now, primarily for the same reasons as the previous two speakers, Max and Richie. The process could use a little more vetting, I think, especially the study plan. Another issue, I guess a question in my mind is the impetus for this seems to be a fundamental assumption that circle hooks won't work. And Richie brought this up earlier. And we've heard from a lot of experienced fishermen who say there's no need to switch off J-hooks. And I suspect that might be true. But another view might be, well, I haven't really heard a good reason why we shouldn't switch, or there's no need to not switch to circle hooks. Several professional fishermen have spoken and not answered that question. So I'm a little, the service is hesitant to grant exemptions to a conservation-oriented measure on a resource that's overfished, and overfishing is occurring on a coast-wide basis. Thank you.
Jim Gilmore.
Well, thank you, Chairman. So a question and maybe a suggestion. So if this motion passes, then the only thing we would be doing would be allowing the 2-rig fishery. However, those other techniques that were raised, for instance, an eel skin or a pork rind on a bucktail, those different things, those still would not be allowed. So that's the question. And if that's the case, then my suggestion would be is that we would postpone this motion until we have at least the work done by this group we're putting together, and maybe up until the next meeting. But we could do it quicker, but I think we need that information before we could actually act on this motion if it's only going to allow for the 2-rig fishery.
All right, I've got another hand that just came up. Mike Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, there's been some comments about the study and needing to see more details, and that's fine. We can provide that to the TC. But I will say that for the last 5 years, we've been doing mortality studies with state-of-the-art acoustics. We've done cod, haddock, cusk, all published. We're in the middle of a huge striped bass terminal tackle study, which will actually be an adjunct to this. So if anyone's not confident we can accomplish the study very effectively and scientifically rigorous, I'd like to lay that to rest. Thanks.
I think the only other board member that I have a hand up for is Tom Foti.
Yeah, Dave, I think we have to answer before. These regulations about bucktails and things like that need to be addressed. And we can't, we're all moving ahead with regulations. And are we going to postpone the regulations? Is it going to be basically, is that a decision we're going to make today? We need to address this after we finish with this. And again, because the way it's written, I know that New Jersey cannot participate in this because I don't think we have the funds or the money to do any of the studies. I can't support just allowing 2 states to do that, but I'm not sure what my other 2 commissioners will basically vote on.
All right, so my suggestion here is we vote on the motion, and then we'll deal with whatever situation develops as a result of the vote. I mean, if it passes, that sends us in one direction. If it fails, it's going to send us in a slightly different direction. So I'll give everyone a 2-minute caucus break, and then we'll
Mr. Chairman, David, I think there was an issue. I'm sorry to interrupt. Bill Gorham, who is a commissioner, had his hand up, but I think there was a confusion in what was up and down, and he did say he wanted to speak. And then you also have Bob.
Bill Gorham, and then we always listen to our executive director. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just my thoughts on this, being from someone in the industry, it's clear that this fishery was kind of caught up in this circle hook rule that is geared towards a stationary bait. And this tube rig seems to be a unique fishery in that it's not necessarily stationary, but it's moving. And I think even from an industry standpoint, the 1 or 2 years allows them to transition out. I can only imagine how many tube rigs are made up with J hooks. And I think with the pandemic going on, it would be very mindful for the commission to hear and allow this to happen. And hats off to the state to come into us with a research proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Bill.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I just want to comment or follow up on Tom Fode's comment from a moment ago. Make sure everybody knows that everybody's on the same page of what this motion means. This motion means that all states would be allowed to delay implementation of the circle hook requirement for tube and worm rig for the next 2 years through the end of 2022. And 2 of the states, Maine and Massachusetts, would conduct a study the way it's written now. So, I think, well, I don't know, maybe the second sentence doesn't say that, but it seems to be ambiguous on, do you have to be in the study to avail yourself of this exemption or not? Because the first sentence says delay implementation for all states, and then the second, other states wishing to participate in the study need to submit a letter within 2 weeks to do that. So I think maybe we need to go back to Megan to get exactly a clarification for what the motion means.
Megan, you want to comment? Or Mike Armstrong?
Yeah, I'll comment, Mike. And Mike, if I say anything wrong, just pop in. But I think your original interpretation is correct, Bob, where this is going with the second option in the proposal that delays implementation of the circle hook requirement for tube rig gear for all the states. And then subsequently, if any of those states want to participate in a study, they need to submit a letter to ASMFC.
Thanks, Megan. Mr. Chairman, so Tom, just so it's clear, all states would be under this motion. If you vote in favor of this motion, all states would be exempt from the requirement. And as of now, Maine and Massachusetts would do the study. If other states want to sign on to the study, send a letter within 2 weeks to ensure data consistency. So there is. This does apply to all states and does delay implementation of the circle hook requirement.
Dave, I just want to say I didn't understand it that way, but now I understand it and I can support it.
Right. I'm going to have a 2-minute caucus. Maya, if you could set the clock, that way everyone will use the same 2 minutes. And then we'll call a question. All right, you've had 2 minutes. Is everybody finished with their caucus? All right. What I would suggest is that we vote and then deal with the situation after the vote. So all those in favor, if Tony, if you could clear all hands up, please. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. And then I would ask that Tony read the list of states that vote yes.
Will do. I'm just trying to get it settled. Okay, we have Connecticut, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Maine, Virginia, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, North Carolina, and PRFC. That is 11 by my count. I'm going to clear the hands.
All those states that want to vote no, please raise your hand.
I have U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, New Hampshire, and New York. That's Mike Armstrong, your hand is up. I don't think it's supposed to be. Thanks. Okay, just confirming. That's 4 by my count.
4. So that's any abstentions?
Let me put the hands down real quick. I'll do that. Right now, you can raise your hand for abstentions.
Any abstentions? There are no hands up. So it's 0. Any null votes? I don't see any null votes. So we have 11 to 4, 0, 0 is the vote. The motion passes. Now we had a suggestion for a follow-up motion, and I can't recall who made that. Does someone want to make a follow-up motion on forming a subgroup to develop technical guidance on the definitions?
I believe it was Jason, Mr. Chairman.
Jason McNamee or Emerson? Jason, I'll call on you first, and then Emerson's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so to not hone in on Emerson's turf, maybe I have one clarification question. So we've talked about 2 things to address the bait definition issue. We've talked about a fast track addendum or a guidance document. And my question is, and I think it's to Tony or Bob, is will a guidance document, I'm assuming that can be done quicker. And so would a guidance document that accompanies the original action, is that adequate? Does that carry weight in this process? Or do you believe we need an addendum?
Jason, I'll give you a try, and I guess Bob can correct me if I'm wrong. A guidance document will provide information to the board relative to an interpretation of, I guess, what's in the addendum. Whether it has regulatory teeth to that, I'm gonna pass that buck to Bob.
Is it okay if I chime in, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Bob, before you do that, let me just kind of repeat what I said before. It is that, I mean, technical guidance, if if we were to put together a small group and work, so it's a small group of commissioners, experts, enforcement, they'll get together, they talk through these issues that have been floated about jigs and pork rind and eel skins on plugs and so forth. And then they write up a technical guidance document. It seems to me that it's advice to the states, but the states then have the ability through their own regulatory process, which is fairly short in some cases, to then use that technical guidance to go out and promulgate regulations. We don't have the thing that we lack here is the teeth of the commission power forcing everyone to use the same regulations. But in this case, I would just offer the personal opinion that I think the states are acting in good faith collectively on this issue. So we may be able to get by with at least initially with a document that's technical guidance. And if we think that doesn't do the work that it's intended to do, then follow it up with an addendum. So let me just close by saying, Bob, you're free to disagree with me if you have a different opinion.
Thanks, David. I don't know if it's different. You know, if we go down the road of change or establishing a definition of bait and establishing a definition of other gears that are exempt, and we do that through a technical guidance document, you know, we've never gone down this road of compliance relative to like a technical guidance document or an interpretation of an existing addendum. I think the more enforceable way of doing it would be through an addendum. However, you know, maybe the technical guidance document works as a placeholder for a couple of years while the larger amendment that we're working on gets wrapped up, and we can roll it into that toward the end of that process. But you know, I think if some states need a binding document to force their hand to make sure these regulations are implemented, an addendum is a cleaner process to do that. I get the drawbacks of the length of doing an addendum. And the other part of this, which is potentially time consuming, is, you know, what level of public comment, public interaction does the board want to have when coming up with these definitions? Obviously, the public's chimed in here a lot. I think a working group and all the members of the board have a strong understanding of what the public's looking for, and a number of different gear configurations that will need to be considered as this document moves forward and the definition of bait moves forward and everything else. But so, you know, technical guidance document, I guess the bottom line is the technical guidance document can work, but it may be less enforceable and less binding should a compliance question come up down the road.
Thanks, Bob. Jason, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe I'd like to hear if Emerson is still in the queue. I know he had kind of put forward something he was thinking about that was kind of similar, and Emerson has a lot more experience at this sort of thing than me. So I'd be interested in hearing from him first, if that's okay.
Jason? Excuse me, Emerson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a draft motion. I sent it to Tony. Tony, I don't know if you can post it. I'm not sure who's got control of the meeting board here, or if you needed to send it to somebody else. And I don't know if this works, but I'll make the motion, and if I get a second, then we can have some discussion. And I'm certainly open to friendly amendments here in terms of the wording to get it to do what we need it to do.
Emerson, I'd send it to Maya, and let me go back to it. I opened it up. My first reaction is that you are charging the technical committee to develop a policy question. I don't think it's the right body. I would say maybe it's a group of commissioners or a plan review team, folks that are more, maybe not even the plan review team because that has a lot of the TC members on it, but those folks that are normally writing regulations.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at there when I said the technical committee to work with others, right, to develop a definition of bait that would require the use of circle hooks, and then this group will report back to the Striped Bass Board at a special board meeting to take place early March 2021. That way the board can craft a motion and vote it up or down or amend it, similar to what we just did today. I mean, we didn't take this tube and worm rig out through an addendum. We just brought it up today and voted on it as the board. And I don't know why we can't do something similar here in a few weeks to take care of this issue, at least short term anyhow. We can revisit it if we need to during the season or after the season. A year from now, we can revisit if we need to. But at least let's get some consistency here from state to state in terms of what has to be used with the circle hook. Therefore, other things that don't have to be used for a circle hook are exempt by definition, or we can define them however we want to craft it going forward.
Emerson, so there's a couple things in there just to follow up on. I'm just not sure that technical committee is the right body to work on this issue, and that it might behoove us to have different folks do it than them. And then the second part is, what we did today, I think was in bounds of the process that we followed was in bounds of the addendum, where the addendum had noted that states could ask for exemptions through their state implementation plans. And so I think that that's where Maine and Mass felt that they were going through. Whereas the addendum has a very loose definition of bait that is not very definitive for everybody. And there was different interpretations of the states of that loose definition. And so that's where this, I think, working group of commissioners or policy type makers would be best served to come up with a definition. And then, I leave it to this body to determine if, as Bob said, if there wants to be regulatory teeth behind it or not. And then I think this body also can then also speak to other exemptions, and then those exemptions could then be run past the technical committee if necessary, but we would need to provide some boundaries in which you want the technical committee to evaluate those exemptions. What are you looking for from them in order to do that? And of course, we would want to include law enforcement reps on this regulatory body as well.
So
Tony,
I guess,
Tony, do you have a language change that you want to suggest to Emerson?
That comes moving
well,
things
how
around.
about if we change it to, we create an ad hoc committee to develop a definition of bait that would require the use of circle hooks and a possible list of items exempt from the use of circle hooks. And this ad hoc committee will report back to Striped Bass Board, et cetera. Again, I'm willing to change this however we need to make it work.
Tony?
Yep. So Maya, if you could change the language to say, create an ad hoc committee established by the chair. And then in the second sentence, say this committee and Emerson, as long as, I think we can do this for early March, but only if it's just the definition of bait. If any other issues are in there, I don't want to make any promises that we can resolve those sooner than that.
Oh, I thought you wanted to see something in here with language about exemptions.
I wasn't sure if that's where you were going, since that was part of the board discussion, but if it's just a bait definition, we can definitely do that, early March. if it's other exemptions, I just don't want to promise that time frame.
Well,
I just don't
I think there's some expectation on the part of the public that there could be other exemptions. For instance, and I'll just use this as one of those, right? A pork rind on a bucktail. But if the definition of bait does not include, for instance, a pork rind or animal hair, then that would be excluded, right? So we could probably get around it that way.
All right, so Emerson, are you satisfied with the motion?
Yes, as long as it satisfies whatever requirements we need to do as a board. And also I'll defer to Bob and Tony as to whether or not this is adequate. But if it is, I'm fine with it.
All right, Jason McNamee, you indicated you might want to second this. Are you seconding it?
Yep, I have my hand up to that effect.
Yeah, that I've got like 10 hands up, so I can't discern who's voting or not. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion by the board on this motion. I've got a bunch of hands up. Justin, do you want to talk on this motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is a step in the right direction. My concern is that developing a definition of bait, and it sounds like also relatedly talking about additional exemptions that should be considered, are not the only issues that need to be addressed. In particular, this thing I've alluded to a couple times about, whether this circle hook mandate is intended as a prohibition of all take of striped bass with a hook other than a circle hook. I haven't really discussed that at length yet, but I think that's another issue that needs to be addressed. And also, given that we've just decided there's going to be an exemption for tube and worm rigs, somebody needs to draft consistent standard regulatory language that states can use or refer to when implementing that exemption. I don't think it makes sense for states to all go back home and come up with 10 different definitions of a tube and worm rig to write into their regulations. So I just think this doesn't fully capture the scope of the issues that need to be addressed.
Emerson, is it your intent with this, and just looking at the motion, is it your intent with the ad hoc committee that we would have members of the law enforcement committee participate in this dialogue? Because that's been discussed on a number of times, and I just soon avoid a lot of wordsmithing on this. But is that what your intent is?
I think it would be very helpful to have law enforcement involved in this discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. So next person I have on the list is Roy Miller and then Megan Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be very brief. I would just add that law enforcement and someone from our striped bass advisory panel ought to be on this ad hoc committee. Someone who's familiar with this type of fishery and that type of fishing. And also, I would urge them to consider plastic baits that look, smell, and taste like real bait. Power baits, swimming shads, those kinds of things become somewhat indistinguishable from bait because they have an odor and a taste. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy. Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe I feel like this is like a two-step process here, and the first step is what are existing definitions of bait in the states. And I know Maine has a definition of bait. Sounds like it's maybe different from other states. So if this ad hoc committee gets established, I might recommend that that's the first step that they do, is just to understand what definitions are out there and then identify a preferred one. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I've got Mike Luisi next, and then Joe Semino.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on the fact that I know at least in Maryland, we have a definition of bait, and we'd be happy to share that with this committee. I just don't know, at the end of the day, is it the intent that this committee is going to provide a definition that the states would formally have to implement, or are we going to need to consider changing the current definitions that we already have? You know, I guess that's where it's not concern. I'm trying to figure out from a state perspective what this committee is going to establish. You know, if the definition is going to be determined, is it going to be, and I guess this is a question for you, Mr. Chairman, is it going to be a mandate that states then need to change their own definitions of bait, or is it a suggestion that this is what bait would be considered as? I'm just wondering, you know, as far as process, how that goes. And then while I have the floor, I'll just mention that I believe that at the conclusion of the public hearings on the 9 elements of the amendment that we're discussing, that there's probably going to be some discussion about maybe not moving forward with all 9 elements. So if an amendment or if a parallel addendum was going to be considered, you know, my hope would be that we would delay that initiation of that addendum until after we decide what's going to be involved, what's going to be part of the amendment. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Mike Armstrong.
Thank you. This solves one of the problems. Like we could, define as unnatural baits like a pork rind. We could eliminate that problem, but it doesn't get rid of the worm. It's just a definition of bait, because clearly worm is a bait, but we're looking at the manner of fishing too. Because on the end of a tube lure, it's fine, but if you just throw it with a weight and throw it to the bottom, then I don't want to see J hooks being used for that. That's a circle hook application. So I don't know if the maker of the motion, I don't know how to perfect it. A definition of bait and method of fishing, they're kind of combined together.
Mike, are you suggesting that as a perfection?
Well, does that make sense? I guess I would ask others to develop a definition of bait and method of fishing that would require the use of circle hooks.
So
Emerson, maybe that gets it there.
To you, Emerson and Jason, do you accept that perfection?
For calling on me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what Mike is trying to get at here, but I think what we need to do is to get a definition of what bait is going to require the use of circle hooks. And I think if we start to talk about how a method of fishing, I'm wondering if we're going to be able to accomplish that in short order here, early March. We just allowed a 2-year exemption for tube and worm. So I don't have a concern, right, that the tube and worm issue is going to be at all compromised by what comes out of this ad hoc committee. If we need to revisit that, we can at the end of 2 years, or even just have something in place for a year from now to talk about method of fishing. That's my take on it anyhow.
So we do not have a perfected motion. We have the existing motion. So if you would just generate your comments and focus them on the motion. Joe Semino, and then William Hyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's unfortunate because now I'm not sure I can really support this because I think there's a lot more needed. I liked what Mr. Armstrong was suggesting as an amendment, and again going back to what Justin Davis has said and my concern. You know, all of our staffs are going to have to answer the question: if I accidentally catch a striped bass fishing for something else and it's otherwise legal, do I have to throw it back since it was caught on a J hook? And if we don't have that discussion, I think, you know, we're doing ourselves some disservice. An ad hoc group like this may be the one to answer that, because biologically and for the resource, the best thing may be to do is to keep that fish. But from a law enforcement standpoint, that may make these regulations completely impossible to enforce. And I really would like some discussion at something like an ad hoc committee to happen on that issue. Thank you.
Joe, I guess my only question, just following up on the point you made, do you want to perfect this motion? Do you want to amend this motion?
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And yes, I think I will. I mean, I would like to add the concept of method of fishing, and perhaps my hope is that the idea of or maybe add method of fishing and incidental catch.
Is that a perfection?
I'll leave that up to experts in rubber.
I
would suggest that's
two choices. You can perfect it with the maker of the motion and the seconder's agreement, or you can propose it as a motion to amend. Or a
yes,
motion.
thank you. I would propose it as a motion to amend. I understand that, especially since Emerson has already said that he would prefer to keep it the way it is. I would make that as a motion to amend.
All right. So we have is there a second on the motion to amend? Tony, you're going to have to help me with the hands.
Yep. And if I can just help Maya with the motion to amend. Maya, if you can write move to amend to add method of fishing and Joe, I missed this. I just wasn't writing down fast enough. I was too focused on what I was writing down.
No problem, Tony. I'm here. So method of fishing, again, that would require the use of circle hooks. And how to handle incidental catch.
All right. That's a motion by Joe Semino. And who would like to second it?
I think we have Justin Davis.
Justin Davis is the seconder. Discussion on the motion to amend. We've had a lot of discussion on the motion to amend already. Somebody want to make a new point on this? Tony, I can't call on the hands up because they're the same hands that have been up.
Okay. I think Bill Gorham had his hand up. It wasn't up before. And you had called on Bill Hyatt before, I thought, and I don't think he spoke. And then you have Tom Fody, Maureen Davidson, and Max Appelman.
Okay, so Bill Hyatt is next. And then, Tony, would you revise the list of hands to reflect who has their hand up, please?
Will do.
Bill Hyatt.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before this amendment was put forth, I'm going to suggest that the problem we're facing is pretty clearly evident in the record of this discussion, and I thought it was sort of implicit in the original motion. that this ad hoc work group was going to address, would be asked to address the issues that came up over the course of this discussion and report back with guidance. And that guidance would be subsequently subject to further discussion and could be decided what could move forward. So I see the need to do an amendment. However, that being said, I'm absolutely fine with the motion and I'm absolutely fine as amended. So thank you.
All right, Maureen, you haven't spoken, I think, today or maybe once. I'm going to call on you next. Maureen.
Hello, yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to add, if we were to vote on the motion to amend, might we also consider changing the early March 2021 date, since we're going to be adding more work for the ad hoc committee to do in the next month?
I can't respond to that, Maureen, because you are broken up. If somebody on the staff heard her full question, please respond.
I can respond. I heard you, Maureen. As I said before, I was a little concerned that depending on what this committee has to do, it could be difficult. I would suggest maybe we add a qualifier to the end of the motion to say, or as early as possible.
Okay, that's fine with me if the makers of the motion would agree with that.
All right, next I have, we've had William Hyatt already spoke. Max, I think you're next.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down quick enough. I was going to make the comment on timing. It seemed like a pretty tall order for March, given how complex we already know all these topics to be.
I've got Bill Gorham, or excuse me, Tom Foti, and then Bill Gorham.
Yeah, somebody said in the early part of this meeting that we've lost credibility because people supported the circle hooks, but they didn't support how we're interpreting the circle hooks by some of the states. And we really need to get this straight, since we have lost confidence in the public out there and in the process we've been using. They thought they got a circle hook, and now it's basically, they didn't realize it was going to cover bucktails and pork rind and things like this. That's the reason I support both of these, the motion and the amended part of the motion.
Thanks, Tom. Bill Gorham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I know I'm going to add to a lot of discussion here, but I'm just looking over some of the state definitions of natural bait, and it probably have to happen after this motion, or if somebody wants to add it now. But I believe we need to clearly state that natural bucktail and feathers aren't included as natural bait. Again, looking at some of these definitions in states right now, bucktails and feathers fall within natural bait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I've got Emerson and then Michael, actually, just Emerson. You're the last one. Then I'm going to call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and stand by here for 1 second. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I can do it at this point or not. I'm just responding to a couple of comments that were made on timing, but I would be willing to say, or to add in there, or as early as possible. But I don't know if I can go back and do that now, since we have the motion to amend in front of us. But just to let people know, I'm open to that suggestion.
All right, so Emerson, if this passes, you'll have an amended main motion on the table, and then if you want to perfect it at that point, I think it would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else who has not spoken at this point? I think pretty much all the hands have had multiple opportunities to speak on this subject. So I'm going to call a question and a 1-minute caucus, please. All right, we're back live. So as we've done before, if you want to vote, you have to raise your hand. After you vote, you take your hands down and we'll do the next vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hands. And then Tony, would you please call off the states so it's part of the record and give me
Yes.
the total?
Yes. I have Connecticut, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Maine, Virginia, Delaware, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Maryland, New Jersey, New Hampshire, North Carolina, New York, and PRFC. It's 15. Put the hands down.
Total, please.
That's 15. That's, I believe, a unanimous. I'm doing math right in my head. Yeah.
Total yeses, Tony?
15.
Okay, thank you. So we have 15 yeses. Take all the hands down. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. There are no hands up. Any abstentions? Any null votes? 15-0-0. Motion passes. So you have a amended main motion. Emerson, you had spoken about the need to address the timing so that it would say or as soon as possible. Is that still your intent?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if Robert's rules allows me to do that now that it's been amended, but if everyone's okay with it, I'm fine with adding in at the end there, after it says March 2021, add in or as early as possible.
Jason, is that acceptable to you as the seconder?
Hey, Maya, if you can stop adding that there, if you can copy that motion, the original motion, we need to add this amended language. So if we can get a new slide, yep. And then that new language will go after the period of the first sentence. And take away the add part, just the word add. Yep, and if you can put a definition of bait that would require the use of circle hooks and method of fishing that would require the use of circle hooks. And I know that grammatically we could make this better, but let's just leave it at this. Thank you, Maya.
Okay, so are there any other perfections on this motion? If not, I'm going to call the question. Do the states need a time to caucus? Anyone request time to caucus? Given the fact that the last vote was the way it was. Mike Luisi, you want time to caucus?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just 30 seconds. I just need to ask my, other commissioners.
Okay.
So just 30 seconds.
30-second caucus, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Jason McNamee. I just wanted to, for the record, affirm that I also am fine with the addition of that or as soon as possible, just for the record.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will nominate Dave Sikorsky to be part of this committee as the newest member of the Striped Bass Board. I told him I was going to do that. So,
let's
so
deal
for
with
the state of Maryland, I will certainly recommend Dave.
Okay, what I would suggest, let's deal with the motion. We're going to vote in the same manner. Or let me see if I can do this in the interest of time, since we're significantly by our timeline. Is there any objection to this motion? If you're opposed to it, then raise your hand. I've got Jim Gilmore is opposed to it. Anyone else?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Oh,
I
okay.
am in favor of this. It's like this trying to do 7 things. Sorry, I am in favor of the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I have no hands up. Any objections to ruling that the motion passes by consent? No objections. Okay, so the motion passes by consent. Okay, so what else do we need to deal with on this issue? I have a couple of comments that I would like to make, but I want to first go to the staff. Is there anything else we need to deal with on this issue?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Chairman. I see what I need to do. We'll need to put out a request for membership via email. I think will be the fastest thing. And we'll work from there. Jim Gilmore, your mic is live, just so you know.
And that was partly what I wanted to address, Tony. I would urge the states to caucus among yourself, and if you want somebody on this ad hoc committee, then please recommend them do that within a week, because we're trying to move this along, so that you get a 1-week deadline, and then we'll pick a committee. And I would just state for the record that enforcement will be part of this committee. The other thing I would suggest is a number of you have raised issues that have come up, and I'm not picking on Justin, but Justin has raised a few issues that I had not considered, which is really useful for him to do that. So if anybody has specific issues that they think fall into the category that this ad hoc committee will be dealing with, please put them in writing and just send Tony an email and say, think about this and think about that. It doesn't need to be a lot of words. Just try to flag it so that when this ad hoc committee gets together, hopefully they can sort through those issues and try to come back with some kind of recommendation that addresses those concerns. Tony, is there anything else under this agenda item?
No.
All right, so the next issue
Actually, David, Mr. Chairman, just a question. It's Jim Gilmore.
Yep.
So just so we understand this, the state directors that have to go back, that have rulemakings in process, and they have to go back to their attorneys and say, oh yeah, we have a rule, but we don't know what the language is yet, but we have to get it in by April 1st when the season opens in. I'm assuming we're going to have some latitude or some understanding, because this is going to be very difficult in terms of the legal process.
Good point, Jim. And from my perspective, I think the states are going to have that latitude in order to deal with this. It's a really unusual circumstance. If we had known about a number of these concerns 4 or 5 months ago, we wouldn't be dealing with this at the spur of the moment. So I'd like to deal with the issue of we need to populate the advisory panel. Tina, you have advisory panel recommendation?
I do, Mr. Chair. 1 second, please. There have been several new nominees to the striped bass advisory panel. Andrew D'Angelo, a Rhode Island for-hire representative. Michael Playa, a commercial fisherman, recreational angler, and for-hire operator from Rhode Island. Dennis Fleming, a commercial fisherman and recreational fishing guide from the PRFC. And we also received earlier this week a nomination from New York for Nat Miller, a commercial fisherman. Mr. Miller replaces Arnold Leo on the AP. So I would offer those nominees for your consideration and approval.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. Is there are there any questions or comments on any of these advisors in particular? If you want to comment on any of them, please raise your hand, and flacking that, I think we'll approve them by unanimous consent. So any concerns or any questions?
Mr. Chairman, could we get a maker and a seconder of this motion, please? And I see a maker as Marty Gary with his hand up, and a seconder with Dave Sikorsky.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marty speaking. I move to approve Andrew D'Angelo and Michael Playa representing Rhode Island, Dennis Fleming representing the Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Nathaniel Miller representing New York to the Striped Bass Advisory Panel.
For the record, this is David Sikorsky. I second.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So we have a motion and a valid motion on the table. Any discussion? I don't see any hands up. Any objections to approving the recommendation by consent? I have no hands up. The recommendation is adopted by consent. Next issue under other business, we have at least one issue which Tony wanted to brief everyone on, the striped bass tagging survey. Tony?
I don't know if Josh Newhart is still on the webinar. Josh, if you are, if you could raise your hand. There we go. Josh is going to give the update on the tagging survey.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Tony. I will try to be brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any other any concerns or anything. But so the striper tagging this year, as it has been in the previous 2 years, many of you may know that ASMC has actually been funding these offshore tagging trips as part of our coast-wide tagging database that we house at our office in the Fish and Wildlife Service in Annapolis, Maryland. We had pretty low catches in 2019 and 2020, and historically these operations have always been operated out of Rudy Inlet, Virginia Beach, and we just weren't seeing the fish like we had been in previous years. So this year we actually started a little bit earlier, and we started out of Ocean City, Maryland. We've completed 11 of the 13 trips, and we've had a pretty successful year so far. We've tagged 886 fish. Fish were off Ocean City when we started, so that was nice to see, and they were pretty plentiful, especially compared to recent history. I will say that the last 2 trips will be conducted out of Rudy Inlet. We had a couple with a few days in a row where we could not get out due to weather, and it was kind of a cold snap we had a couple weeks ago. And then we had a couple days when we could get out and we didn't see any fish. And we also got some reports of fish back where they usually are out of Rudy. So that's kind of where we are now. Like I said, it's been good. We're above our long-term average of fish caught with these hook and line tagging trips. So the year has already been a success. So hopefully we can have 2 more good trips out of Virginia Beach.
All right, thank you. Any questions? I don't see any hands up. Tony, what other items do we have under other business?
I just have one quick item that I was going to do in my review of the addendum document. Derek Orner has switched jobs within NOAA Fisheries and is no longer, as you can all tell, serving on the Striped Bass Board, which also means he's no longer on the Plan Development Team. Max Appleman is now serving for NOAA Fisheries on the Striped Bass Board, and NOAA Fisheries has nominated Max to serve on the Plan Development Team, and this would be working on specifically Amendment 7. So I just need to get board approval for that membership.
Someone care to make a motion?
And David, I don't even need a motion. I just need to make sure there's no objection.
All right. Any objection to adding Max to those committees? Everyone knows his background. I see no hands up. Welcome, Max. He's adopted by consensus. Any other business here? If not, let me just say that in concluding, this is a really awkward meeting we just went through on the circle hook provisions, and it, aside from having a few technical difficulties, it's a difficult thing for all of us to get through with almost 300 people on it. I know the public is probably somewhat frustrated because of the lack of ability to participate and comment, but I simply had to limit the amount of public participation on certain agenda items, otherwise you simply wouldn't have gotten through them. So I apologize for that, but it's part of what we're dealing with the COVID crisis. Any other business to come before the board? If not, meeting's adjourned.
You have a member of the public with their hand raised. Up to you.
Mike?
Yes, I just wanted to thank everybody for my appointment, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, meeting's adjourned.